As I said, this is a smallish outfield, or a smallish ground, in fact. And there we go, off the back foot, Minod Bhanuka punching that. The second attempt to be fielded. Got a hand to it, and after it, and picks it up just inside the boundary. Oh, that one bounced a little extra. Surprised Ron Chandragupta. End of a good over from Edward Nathan. So 5 overs completed, and Hayleys put in the bat today are 26 for 1.
Five overs done, 26 for 1. Here's a quick look at the batting card. Sahan Khosala, the only man to be dismissed this morning. Unfortunately, trying to cut one outside the off stump. Caught at short third man for 10. Well, you could call it a decent start by Hayleys. A healthy run rate. Just the problem, they lost that one wicket. Vijay vs Kant. Back in action. Well, there were a little bit of cracks on the surface, especially while I was out there during the pitch report, and probably it might be the reason the spinners are on early. Minod Bhanuka, he will surely enjoy these kind of conditions. Coming to bat after the fall of the first wicket. Looking about 250 would be a very competitive total, and if Hayleys could get there, I'm pretty sure they'll feel much more confident about themselves. This is what is required, especially during the first few overs. Make sure that the scoreboard is ticking. If the boundaries aren't coming, get those quick singles and twos. Minod Bhanuka, he is very good at that. He will be busy out there. He will keep the fielders on their toes. That was a beauty from V.S. Kant. The wrong one going away from the left-hand batter. You have to be very careful. He's a very smart customer. V.S. Kant. Just the 2 runs coming off the 6th over. Hayleys 28 for 1. The first wicket, I would call it a prize wicket. It was short, wide outside the off stump. Should have been put away rather. A bit of extra bounce undid the batter. Close call, good catch. Second wicket down for Hayleys. That was a very, very good catch. Ahan Wickramasinghe, the new batter, another talented young man. A precious situation. Here's a quick look at that last wicket. Well, I was not very sure what the batter was trying to do out there. It was coming in towards him. Another good one. Well, at the moment, the spinners are causing a lots of problem. Pressure situation here for Ahan Wickramasinghe and Minod Bhanuka. They then they will really need to build a partnership here. Very important. Kept low. Lucky survival for Ahan Wickramasinghe. Edward showing his finger spin during his walk back to the run-up. It's been a fantastic over so far. Yeah, the previous one flicking through his fingers. He's been fantastic so far. Well, two experienced campaigners out there, Minod Bhanuka and Ahan Wickramasinghe, these kind of situations can't be something very new to them. They can't afford to lose another wicket here. Shot, given the treatment, through covers. It's a very fast outfield. Just stopped inside the boundary line. Couple of runs for Minod Bhanuka. He's very strong outside the off stump. 7 overs done. Hayleys 31 for 2. Well, if BBK partnership are looking for another wicket, Minod Bhanuka would be the big fish. Because the more time he spends out there, he'll get himself in. He'll be a very tough customer to deal with if you let him be there for probably 20 plus deliveries. Then it's going to be really hard for the bowlers. Well, we just can't realizing that the surface has been assisting the spinners, is opting to continue with the spin bowling option. That's it. That's the third one. Easy as you like. This has been brilliant by the BBK partnership. The two spinners currently doing the job, running through the Hayleys batting card. Ahan Wickramasinghe, a very short stay for him. Nicely floated. Decent spin. Regulation catch for the first slip. Ahan Wickramasinghe's very short stay comes to an end. He makes that long walk back. 1 of 6. Hayleys is in deep trouble. 31 for 3. New man in Ramesh Mendis, skipper, walks out there to the middle. Well, during the toss, Ramesh did mention that he would have decided to bat first if he won the toss. So interesting. Here's a quick look at his stats. Handy batter, but you could call him a bowling all-rounder as well. Bigger responsibilities for Ramesh Mendis, being the skipper, coming in as the number 4 batter. Viaskanth, he has been fabulous. Previous wicket, floating it up, good turn, good bounce, inviting the batter to drive. Well, so far things have been very, very good for BBK partnerships. They have kept things tight. They have been attacking the new batters, hardly giving any chance. Loud call, probably going down the leg. Straight one. Life has been tough for Hayleys out there so far. The cracks that were visible on the surface playing a part here at the Moores cricket grounds. 8 overs done. 31 for 3. Well, if you are just joining us, this is the Singer-MCA Super Premier League 2025, Day 1. 3 games happening today as well, in 3 different venues around Colombo. And this game between Hayleys and BBK partnerships here at the Moores Cricket Grounds in Colombo. BBK partnership winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. They've got into a good start. Edward will continue with his off spin. Ramesh Mendis, he has a role to play here. Can't afford to throw away the wicket. He needs to support his senior batting partner Minod Bhanuka, who has been out there for 8 deliveries. He has looked good. But on the other hand, I just for a moment think that BBK partnerships, they need to tighten the screws a little bit. Probably bring in that long off fielder inside the circle. Don't give away that easy single. Try and invite the batter to go downtown. Once again, bounce. The cracks looks like they have popped up early during the first session of play. Asking a lot of questions from these batters. Shot again, Minod Bhanuka. He surely missed on a boundary opportunity. That should have been put away for sure. Fails to make contact. Couple of deliveries going past the outside edge. Needs to be very careful. Can't afford to lose another wicket after losing 3 up front. Very good over. Just the 2 runs coming off that. Hayleys, 33 for 3. Well, both openers back in the hut. Ahan Wickramasinghe got a fabulous delivery from V.S. Khan. It was really unplayable. 3 wickets done. 6 extras given away though, helping the total of 33. We are into the 9th over, the last over of the power play. That was fired in by V.S. Khan. Wrong on once again. This has been very smart bowling. Look at that. Fired it in. Ramesh Mendis hardly had any time to react. This time the ball keeping a bit low. Well, it's just been the story so far during the first 10 overs of play, especially for the spinners. There has been a little bit of uneven bounce. If you're just joining us live, you could catch us on YouTube at Sporty.lk. We are coming to you live from the Moores Cricket Grounds here in Colombo. Vijaykanth Viyaskanth has been rushing through his overs, hardly giving any opportunity to the batters to settle down a little bit. Ramesh Mendis has faced the 9 deliveries, just the 1 run. Gets that outside edge. Runs down to the third man region. Probably would be a boundary. In fact, just pulled inside. It's a very fast outfield here at the Moores ground. Full valley fair shots. It was a gentle push that got the outside edge of Ramesh Mendis, helping the total by 3 more runs. A good effort. Valiant effort by the fielder. Not giving up until the very last minute. You might probably think that it's just that 1 run which was saved, but end of the day, every run does matter. Three coming off that. Power play done. Hayleys 36 for 3.
Right, so there we are, the bowling figures. Newton 2 overs, none for 10. Kavilan 1 over for 5. Viyaskanth 4 overs, 1 for 7. Excellent bowling. And Edward Nathan 2 for 9 from 3 overs. 3 wickets down for 36 is the Hayleys score. Put to bat today. 6 extras, and after 10 overs, Hayleys certainly struggling to get runs. They lost 3 top order batsmen as well. And how well the BBK partnership spinners have operated so far. The 2 spinners, they picked up wickets, kept the run rate down as well. So Krishna Sriram now changes the bowling as well, coming up. And there's the indication for the second power play coming up. So the field restrictions, well, they're removed a bit at the moment. So most spin from BBK partnership, perhaps concentrating so much on the spinners. And they got Ramesh Mendis, the captain of Hayleys, on strike. And as Krishna Sriram played 4 matches, picked up 9 wickets, best bowling figures 4 for 51. Economy rate is quite good, 3.75. Lot expected from him today at the Moores grounds. Driven straight to extra cover, so no chance of a run. So this is the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League for 2025. Predicted on the onside by Mendis. They pick up 1. Return comes in pretty quickly, but they're home and dry. In fact, total up by 1 more run to 36 for the loss, or 37 for the loss of 3 wickets. Brings Vinod Bhanuka, the left hand, on strike. He's on 7. He's faced 13 balls. Came in at number 3. And Ramesh Mendis, the captain, came in at number 5 in the fall of the last wicket. On Vikram Singh, the man, out for 1. Well caught at slip. Viyaskanth, the bowler, picked up that wicket. Adjustments to the field as well. Driven on the offside. Long off, moves across quickly to his right to do the fielding. The batsman crosser one more to Vinod Bhanuka. So we've got a left hand, right hand combination in the batting department in the middle at the moment. So adjustments the field straight away. The slip is in place. Short third man. Extra cover and a long off on the offside. Oh, well bowled. Beats him outside the line of off stump. Ramesh Mendis. The bail's off in a flash. Look at that. Slight turn as well for Krishna. Beaten again outside the line of off stump. That's well bowled. The spinners certainly dominating the Hayleys batsmen at the moment. Difficult to score runs. There we go again. That's that last delivery. Look at the turn outside the line of off stump. Off the back foot this time. Forced away towards the sweeper region. They'll pick up one. And that completes the over as well. So 11 overs completed. And Hayleys are 39 for 3. So Vyaskanth came into bowl the fourth over this morning. Take himself off. He's the captain of the BBK partnership team as well. The youngster has done well in cricket. He's made an impression wherever he's played. The right arm leg spinner. So we have another left arm spinner coming on at the moment. Pearson Vitushan is the man who's coming in. He's played 13 matches. 3 for 12 is best bowling figures. He's picked up 3 wickets twice. Economy rate is not bad, 4.14. Vitushan will be expected to also keep things nice and tight. Oh, driven on the offside. Long off of the long chase. He can't get there into the boundary for 4. Ramesh Mendis very severe on that delivery. That will pick up the scoring as well. Total up to 43 for 3. We look at that again. There we go. Tossed up. And Mendis certainly collared that on the offside between sweeper cover and long off. Quicker, just pushed on the onside. Lots of gaps on the onside. Easy single to be taken. So they got the man at backward square leg. Deep mid wicket on the boundary. A deep mid wicket again, about 30 yards on the bat, and also a deep mid on. So lots of gaps on the onside of the field. Now we got the left hand on strike. So Vyaskanth making some adjustments as well. They got a short fine leg, a deep backward square leg on the boundary, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a long on. Tickle around the corner, but short fine leg tidies up, so there's no chance of a run. So plenty of spin options for BBK partnership. They'll want to go through this innings mostly on spin. We looked at the wicket. There's been slight turn on offer as well for the spinners. That's going to trouble the batsman, no doubt. Vyaskanth, the bowl's much quicker. Down the track using his feet is Vinod Bhanuka, and just dumps that on the onside. The bowler fields on his follow through. So not going to be easy with the Hayleys batsmen. They'll pick the loose deliveries to punish them. Quicker. Going for the cut shot. No chance. Wicket keeper corrects. Niroshan Dikmalla. On the back foot, plays defensively on the onside. Ends the over. 12 overs completed. And Hayleys are 44 for 3. So Vinod Bhanuka, he's on 8 of 18 balls. Ramesh Mendis on 11 of 17. Tishan Vitishan to continue. So the field settling in for the right-handed Ramesh Mendis, captain of Hayleys. And look at the field at the moment. The onside has got the short fine leg, a deep backward square leg on the boundary, deep mid-wicket also petrol the boundary area, now being brought in towards the mid-wicket region. And the man at short fine leg being taken to the offside. So 3 men on the onside, deep backward square leg on the boundary, a mid-wicket and a long on. On the offside, they got that backward point, a point, extra cover, sweeper cover, and a mid-off. So Krishna Sriram at the top of his mark. He's bowled 1 over, none for 3 his figures. Mendis on strike. Drives to the offside, sweeper tidies up. The return on its way. So Ramesh Mendis picks up a single. Brings a left-handed Vinod Bhanuka to take strike. This pair will have to really bat well for Hayleys to put up a partnership. Because they lost their 3 top order batsmen. Short and nicely played away on the offside. Long off, runs across quickly to his right to do the fielding. The batsman crossed for 1. So Vinod Bhanuka didn't quite get hold of that, but got enough bat to play it past that fielder at extra cover. So the right arm spinner, Krishna Sriram, or left arm spinner in fact. This one's pushed away on the offside, straight towards extra cover. Mendis a defense that for the ball to field on his follow through. 2 runs so far of the 4 deliveries bowled by Krishna Sriram. Just tucked round the corner, past the square leg umpire. So deep mid wicket as a long run in from the boundary to pick up, but the batsman crossed the 1. Played to the onside towards short fine leg. Plenty of time to cross for a single, and that will complete the over as well. So 13 overs completed, and Hayleys put in the bat today by BBK partnerships are 48 for 3. So there's the partnership so far. San Kosala made 23 and Chandra Gupta, they opened the batting today. They got a little start going but couldn't really build up from there as the spinners came in and picked up wickets. There we are. San Kosala made 23. Vinod Bhanuka, he's there, still batting. Made 5 runs partnership with Chandra Gupta. And Vikram Singh came in and joined Vinod Bhanuka, a 3-run partnership. And now Ramesh Mendis and Bhanuka put on 17 runs together of 34 deliveries. Right, so we got a new over starting up. Vinod Banaka is on strike. And look at the field for the left-hander. They got a leg slip in place. Down the track, lofts that one on the offside. And the long on couldn't get there into the boundary for 4. One bounce to the boundary for 4. So Vinod Banaka perhaps thinks that now it's time to take charge of things in the middle. They were tied down by the spinners as well. Total up to 52 for 3. Here's Vitusan. Worked on the onside towards the mid-wicket. They want 2, but Vinod Banaka says 1 will do. Yes, they can't afford to lose a wicket through a run out. That will be disastrous for Hayleys. So they'll need this pair to bat a long time, put up a good partnership, take them out of trouble. That's short outside the line of off stump of the backwood, forced out to a sweeper for a single. So Mendes moves on to 14, brings Vinod Banaka on 15 to take strike. So both batsmen neck to neck at the moment because they need their partnership, and both have faced 22 balls each. So Banaka 15 of 22, Ramesh Mendes 14 of 22. Well bowled. Playing very late was Vinod Banaka. They picked up a single. The ball just ran out to that wake and slip region. Well forward is Mendes this time. The bowler fields on his follow through. And the man fielding at mid-on dropped to long on just inside the boundary. Once again, played out on the offside. The bowler fields on his follow through. Ends the over. 14 completed. Hayleys put it to bat today by BBK partnerships in this 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super League Premier League Tournament 2025 53 for 3. Slight correction, 55 for 3 in fact after 14 overs, 6 extras. Current run rate 3.93. They want to do better than that. They'll need a partnership from Vinod Banaka and Ramesh Mendes. Hit upishly on the offside by Vinod Banaka, but he's in the air for a while, but very safe because there's no mid-off in place. The ball running out towards that long off region. Plenty of time for the batsman to cross a 1 as well. So brings Ramesh Mendes on strike. He's on 14 of 24. Krishan Sriram is in operation. Driven to the offside, well fielded at backward point. Smart return as well, so no chance of run. And these dot balls really put pressure on the Hayleys batsman. Once again played on the offside. Long chaser, long off. Gets there just inside the boundary. But they only pick up 1 run for that. They should have been looking for 2. So smart fielding from that long off who ran across to pick it up inside the boundary. Well flighted. Banuka drives, but no great power in that. Didn't quite get hold of it. Extra cover moves across quickly to his right to do the fielding. So dot ball. Defensive stroke from Minod Banuka, giving respect to the bowler as well. So 2 runs of the 5 deliveries in this over from Krishna Sriram. Extra cover does well to cover a lot of ground. They're coming back for the second run. The ball ricocheted on the onside. So they complete 2 runs quite comfortably in the end. So there we are. 15 overs completed, and Hayleys 59 for 3.
Fifteen overs done. 59 for 3. Here's a quick look at the bowling card. The 2 spinners, Vijay V.S. Kant and Edward Nathan, they have been the pick of the bowlers, the 3 wickets being shared among them. But at the moment, there has been quite a handy little partnership between these 2 batters. They're trying to rebuild these innings. Not a bad run rate. Touch under 4 runs, 15 overs. Ramesh Mendes, he has been very watchful, playing a responsible knock. Both batters have faced 28 and 27 deliveries, respectively. That was fired in. That was really fired in by Thies and Vidushan. Driven nicely, and just for a single. This is what is exactly required by these 2 batters. They need to put up a partnership. Here's a quick look at that previous delivery. Valiant attempt of his own bowling. Well, the body language of BBK partnerships, it looks very positive. They managed to grab 3 important wickets. Well, cheeky from Minod Banuka. Is running down towards third man. Will be just stopped inside the boundary. 3 runs. Good running. Very good running between the 2 batters. Good understanding. Responding to your partner's call. Trusting your partner. That is what is important when building a partnership. It's not about boundaries and sixes. You need to keep rotating the scoreboard. Run those singles, the 2s. Whenever you get an opportunity, grab that 3rd run. Good effort. Saving at least a couple of runs. 16 overs done. Hayleys 63 for 3. Well, it's time for a short break as the players and the umpires would take a short break. Right, that's the batting card. The 3 wickets to go down so far, the 2 opening batters and Ahan Wickramasinghe. Ahan Wickramasinghe I just for a moment thought that he was really unfortunate. Got a pinch of a delivery from Vijay. He had nothing to do with that. But apart from that, these two batters, they have tried and put up a little partnership for the fourth wicket, where they need to continue at least until the 30th over. They need to be out there. That's 14 overs away from this point, but that's very important. Try and probably add another 75 runs without losing a wicket, and then you could decide where you need to end up at the end of 50 overs. Well, that's how the bowling card looks like. Brilliant figures from Vijay, the skipper himself. 4 overs, 7 runs and grabbed 1 wicket. Look at the economy rate, 1.75. You can't ask better figures from a bowler bowling during the power play session. Wickets falling at regular intervals. The last one, the third one, in fact, going down at 31. That means these two batters have put up a decent partnership of 32 runs. They need to continue on this merry way. .63 for 3 after 16 overs with a run rate of 4 per over. Not bad for Hayleys. Looking at the wickets column, but they need to make sure that they keep the scoreboard moving. Right then, welcome back after the drinks break. Hayleys, they're currently in a rebuilding phase after losing 3 quick wickets up front. A 32-run partnership between Minod Bhanuka and Ramesh Mendis, the skipper. Krishna Sri Ram, the right arm off spinner, continues. There again, the ball keeping a bit low. Could turn, probably getting that bite out of those cracks, which you did see during the pitch report in the morning. As the sun beats down in the afternoon here in Colombo, it has been favourable for the spinners. A bit too early though. We predicted that the ball might come on well to the batters, but especially when the fast bowlers were bowling, the first 4 overs, it was quite expensive. The ball came well onto the bat. There was some lovely cover drives, one down the ground, up over the infield, which really set things up. But since the spinners have come into action, things have turned completely upside down for the Hayleys. Currently, the spinners have been dominating, but these two batters, they have negotiated this session very well. Tees and line and length. They're making sure they aren't giving any space. 17 overs done, 64 for 3. Minod Banuke has been very watchful, but more importantly, he has made sure that the scoreboard is ticking. 23 of 32. Decent strike rate. Shot outside the off stump. Should have been put away. Point and cover inside the boundary. A bit of wrist work from Minod Banuka. 3 dot deliveries on the trot. He might be feeling the pressure a little bit. Needs to rotate the strike. Can't afford to give away too many dot deliveries. A 4 on the trot. Thiessen has been very decent. He has been firing it in, hardly giving any chance to Minod Banuka to get underneath the ball. Very watchful. Well, that's a maiden over from Thiessen. 18 done. Hayleys 64 for 3. Well, if you're just joining us, this is the 32nd Singer-MCA Super Premier League 2025, day number 1. Couple of other games happening parallelly in a couple of other venues in Colombo. Here at the Moose Cricket Ground, Hayleys taking on BBK partnership. And we have another game happening at the NCC ground where CDB is taking on HNB. And at the MCA ground, Fairfirst Insurance taking on Maliban Biscuits. So lots of cricket happening around Colombo. If you're a cricket fan, don't forget to tune in to Sporty.lk. On YouTube, you can catch us live from Colombo, from all of these venues. This time Minod Banagar goes big, goes the distance. Over square leg for 6 runs. Fantastic shot. Going down on his knees. Decides that it's the high time to give it a bit of a whack over the leg side field all the way for 6 runs. A welcome boundary for Minod Banagar, breaking the shackles. There was a maiden over, especially during the previous ones. Probably that might have been the reason he went after the bowler. Through the covers, all along the ground, 4 more runs for Minod Banagar. Well, he has started to look good. He's feeling it better on that big velo, giving a little bit of room outside the off stump, threading that gap between mid-off and extra cover. Welcome boundary. Expensive over. First 3 deliveries going for 11 runs. Pressure on Krishna. Let's see how he would come back. This is what experience can do. Minod Banagar bringing in all his experience. Straight away we could see the bowler under pressure. Quick single. Very nicely done. This is good batting between these two batters. They're really steadying the ship at the moment. Especially Minod Banagar. He looks solid. He's unbeaten on 34 or 41. He spent some time out there. Now what is important is he needs to turn this into a big number. He needs to anchor the innings. That was fired in. Expensive over. 12 runs coming off that. 19 done. Hayleys 76 for 3. Here's a quick look at the batting card. These two batters have built a good partnership. 45 runs put on for the 4th wicket between Ramesh Mendis and Minod Banagar. You need to appreciate the efforts of Ramesh Mendis. He has been out there supporting his senior batting partner. A bit of wrist work. Works it onto the leg side. I did mention when Minod Banagar walked out, the more time he spends out there in the middle, he will go and convert it into a big one. This is going to be a huge problem for the BBK partnership team. They shouldn't let the game lose away from their end. They need to tighten the screws. That kept low. That kept really low, but very well negotiated by Ramesh Mendis. He needs to try and probably rotate the strike. Fired in, the bowlers, they're just feeling much more comfortable to bowl at Ramesh Mendis comparing to Minod Banagar. Smart thinking by Thiessen, floating it up, inviting Ramesh Mendis to go down probably, but there is protection at long on and long off. maybe if they could get one of those fielders inside the circle and invite Ramesh Mendis to go downtown. Defensively played again. Decent over. 20 done. Hayleys 77 for 3.
So Hayleys put into bat today in this 32nd Singer Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League 2025. But struggled in the early overs. And look at the bowling figures, in fact, for BBK partnership. First wicket at 23, second at 28, the third at 31. That's when Hayleys are struggling. Now 77 for 3. The partnership is 46 runs for this fourth wicket. Wait for the cut shot, beaten outside the line of off stump is Vinod Banaka. He's on 35 of 43. Ramesh Mendis on 17 of 41. And this has been really a useful partnership. There we are. That's the wicket they wanted. And Vijayakant has come on and picked up the wicket, the important wicket of Vinod Banaka. Vijayakant has certainly bowled so well. Flighted that ball a bit. Look at the batsman coming forward, wrapped on the bat, then the pad, and the ball carrying to wicketkeeper Niroshan Dikpalu, made no mistake about that. And Hayleys lose their fourth wicket, and that's an important wicket, in fact, for BBK partnership. And Banuka goes to 35 of 44 balls. Vijayakant, the bowler, picked up his second wicket, so 2 fours and 1 6 in the innings, strike rate is 79. And there we are, so that wicket perhaps is the turning point in this game, because Vinod Banaka has certainly batted extremely well. He could hit the ball hard. He's picked the right balls to attack. Got that 1 6, a big 6 in fact. And that is what cricket is all about when you start to enjoy yourself in the middle. So Vijayakant, the captain of BBK partnerships, brought himself on. In fact, he's the first over in his coming for his second spell. 2 for 7 of 4.2 overs, his figures. He's bowled extremely well, in fact. Kept things nice and quiet. Picked up 2 wickets so far. So Inuka, the new batsman who walks in, joins Ramesh Mendis, the captain. So this is where partnerships are so important for Hayleys. Inuka Karnagoda, 62 matches, made 1,536 runs, top score 94. Average is 30.72. So he can bat, there's no doubt about it. Taking the guard once again. So the man who's got this wicket, Vijayakant, is certainly has his tail up at the moment. Inuka Karnagoda is the new man in. Now the left-hander. Well bowled. Struggling the batsman is bowling a wicket to wicket. In fact, that one brought Inuka forward, took it on the pad. There we go, the leg spinner. And that's the wicket of Vinod Banaka. So just with the field as well. There's a slip in place, a man dropped down to short third man, a sweeper cover, extra cover, and a deep mid off on the offside. Comes forward, wrapped on the pad, a big shout, wicket keeper and bowler. Umpire says no. Well, this is the testing over, in fact, from Vijayakant. 2 wickets or 7 runs in 4.4 overs. Brings the batsman forward, thick outside edge, the ball runs down to short third man. They think of a single, but sweeper cover runs in. And the previous ball, this is what really happened. Look at this. Vyaskanth bowls. Wrapped on the pad. Perhaps a bit too high. That's the thought in the umpire's mind. Quicker one. Well played by Unuka. On the back foot straight away. Excellent over comes to an end from Vyaskanth. 21 overs completed. And Hayleys 77 for 4. So Tishan Ritushan will continue his bowl 5 overs, done for 17 his figures. Bowling from the pavilion end. Ramesh Mendis on 17 on strike. Comes forward, drives gently on the offside. Sweeper will tidy up, so plenty of time to cross for a single. So the BBK partnerships spinners have really troubled the batsmen. They picked up all 4 wickets to fall. Tishan Vitushan wicketless at the moment. He's into his 6th over, none for 18 his figures. And look at the field for the left hand. He's got that short third man, or a backward point in fact. Quicker ball, played down the track on the onside, no run. So you got a point fielder, sweeper cover, extra cover, and a deep mid-off on the offside. Worked nicely on the onside, plenty of gaps on the onside. In fact, the 3 men fielding on the onside, all are boundary riders. So plenty of time to cross for a single. Inuka Karnagod is off the mark with 1. So back to Ramesh Mendis, the right-hander, the captain of Hayleys. Hayleys put into bat today by BBK Partnerships, who won the toss this morning. Played gently on the onside. Good thinking, single to be taken as long on, has to run all the way up towards the mid-on position to do the fielding, so they cross the 1. Inuka comes forward, pushes out the offside. Again played on the offside this time to the right of that extra cover, so plenty of time to cross the 1. And that completes the over as well. So 22 overs completed. And the Hayleys are 81 for 4. So there we are, that's the batting card for Hayleys. Sahan Kosala made 10, Ron Chandragupta made 8. A new over starts up on the captain himself, Vyaskanth. Pushed out a deep mid wicket for a single by Ramesh Mendis. In fact, Mendis is on strike at the moment. It was Inuka Karnagoda who picked up the single, takes him to 3. So Vyaskanth's figures now 2 for 8 from 5.1 overs. He brought himself on and picked up the big wicket of Minod Banekar. That was a huge wicket for BBK Partnerships. Righted but well played by Mendis. Played it out on the onside towards long on. They'll pick up 1. The long on field was in very quickly doing the fielding, trying to put the pressure on the batsman. That's what good fielding is all about. So Vyaskanth making adjustments to his field as well. Moves the man from a backward point to a deep backward point. So he's got a slip in place. The slip being moved now to a short third man. A deep backward point, an extra cover, and a deep mid off on the offside. Had to jab down, and that was Renuka Karnagoda. That was a quicker one from Vyaskant. He's got this ability to mix it up, tease the batsman is Vyaskant. Flighted, beats the batsman outside the line of off stump, well bowled again. Vyaskant has really improved over the years. Came in as a youngster, under 19, to play in 20 over cricket. That was short. Nicely played on the offside. So deep backward point is running to do the fielding as extra cover. Got a hand to it. The ball ricocheted towards that deep backward point region. So single being taken. Takes Renuka Karnagoda on to 4. We'll look at that again. There we go. There's the attempt on the field. It ricochets on the fielder. Another slower ball, well bowled by Vyaskant. He completes his 6th over. 6 overs, 2 for 10 his figures. And Hayleys, after 23 overs, are 84 for 4. So there's the BBK partnerships bowling card as well. Newton, 2 overs, none for 10. Kavilan just bowled the 1 over for 5. And then Vyaskant, 6 overs, 2 for 10 his figures. Edward Nathan is bowled 3 overs, 2 for 9, bowled well. Shyam Sundar, none for 24 from 5. So Tishan Vitushan bowled his 7th over, none for 21 his figures at the moment. Bowling from the pavilion end. Inuka Karnagoda on strike. He's on 4 of 12 balls. So Dick Weller runs down, has a word with the fielder down there at backward point. So slight hold up in play. Perhaps some strategies being worked out between the wicket keeper and the fielders as well. A lot of thinking going on to the game to pick up wickets as well. They finished a little conversation. Vyaskant was also in the frame in that little chat. So Vyaskant had a word with the bowler himself. Whatever the strategy being worked out or what was discussed, being shared. Adjustment of the field once again. All set. Down the track. Ninoshan Dikwala is beaten by that. Should have been stumped quite comfortably. That kept a trifle low, no doubt. Well, Inuka Karnagoda has a life, in fact. Should have been out stumped. We'll take a look at that, I'm pretty sure. See what really happened there. Here we go. Flighted. Ninoshan Dikwala collecting down the leg side. Was unsided for a moment, I think. Again, appeal. Umpire says no. So should have been out in the last delivery was Inuka Karnagoda. And there's that last appeal that was wrapped on the pad. Oh, far too high. Won't get a decision of that. Flighted. Nicely driven by Mendes out towards the long off for a single. So pressure really been maintained by the BBK partnership bowlers. The spinners in particular who have dominated this game so far, or the innings. The spinners have really bowled 21 overs amongst them. Edge again from Inuka Karnagoda for a single out towards point region. So the field once again moving across for the right-handed Ramesh Mendis, who's on 21 of 47 deliveries. Current run rate 3.68. Hot and humid out in Colombo at the Moors grounds. Quicker ball played on the offside. Looking for one, but no chance of a single. 24 overs completed, and Hayleys are 87 for 4. So there's the partnerships of Hayleys so far. Sahan Kosala and Ron Chandragupta. They put on 23 for the first wicket. Vinod Banaka and Chandragupta put on 5. Then Banuka and Ahan Vikramasinghe just 3. Banuka and Ramesh Mendis put on 46 for that wicket. That's the 4th wicket. That partnership really took them out of deep trouble. At one time, Hayleys had lost their top 3 batsmen for 31 runs. So Krishna from the far end. So Vyaskanth bowled a couple of overs, picked up the wicket. Vinod Banaka, the important wicket. He came on at the right time, and 2 balls into his second spell, he picked up that wicket. And now he's taken himself off, giving those overs to the death overs, I suppose. Tucked out a short third man, plenty of time to cross for 1. So takes Inuka Karnagodan to 7, brings Ramesh Mendis on 21 to take strike. We enter the 25th over. We're almost at the halfway stage of this innings. And BBK partnerships have done really well to restrict this very strong Hayleys batting side. Picked up wickets at regular intervals. The bowlers have done their job, spinners in particular, who have dominated proceedings this morning. And BBK partnership so strong in the spin department. That's short. Pulled away towards sweeper for a single. So BBK partnerships captained by Vyaskanth, who leads that spin department. Talks to his spinners all the time. He's really blossomed out as to be a good cricketer, Vyaskanth. Comes forward is Inuka Karnagoda. The ball trickles down towards that backward point region. And plenty of time to cross for 1. So Krishna into his 6th over, none for 27 his figures at the moment. 5.3 overs, none for 27. 3 singles to the first 3 balls of this over. Flighted, driven on the offside, well fielded at backward point, excellent fielding. The ground fielding of BBK partnerships have been so good. They cut off so many runs. That's the shot played by Mendis. Look at that on the offside. Look at the fielding, commitment on the field. This time, there's so much gaps on the onside. You just play on the onside and always a single on, so they pick up 1 more run. Takes Ramesh Mendis on to 23. He's faced 52 balls for that. Inuka back on strike, 8 of 16. Had a life when he was missed by the wicket keeper for a stumping. Digs that out almost in the block hole. Surprised the batsman for a moment. Right, so there we are, 25 overs completed. And Hayleys put to bat today by BBK partnerships are 91 for 4.
This is how the scorecards looks like. Most of the batters, in fact, the opening batters Sahan Kosala and Minod Banuka getting a start and throwing away the wicket. Very unfortunate. But Ramesh Mendis, he has been out there for 52 deliveries. Being very responsible as a skipper. Well, so far I have been very impressed with how Inuka has been batting out there. He has looked very positive. He showed intentions of going after the ball as well. Halfway done, 91 for 4. As a batting unit, what's the number you have in mind? Well, looking at how the surface has helped the spinners, I believe a total somewhere around 210 would be ideal. Ramesh Mendis, he has to be out there. He has taken 55 deliveries, in fact 56 deliveries to score 24 runs. He has got himself in. He needs to try and build a partnership which is young players around him. Looking for a second run. Turned down by Inuka. Very wise call. Surely there was no 2 runs available over there. Now what Ramesh needs to do is he needs to constantly talk to his batting partner. Make sure they rotate the strike. Good over for BBK. Just the 2 runs given away. 26 done. Hayleys 93 for 4. Bowlers have been on top notch. Vijaykanth, V.S. Khan. Look at those figures. 10 runs and grabbed 2 wickets. He has 4 more overs under his sleeves, which should be very crucial towards the end of the innings, and very well supported by Edward Nathan as well. He has 7 under him. Now those 7 overs would be very crucial. Once again, a little partnership being built up by these 2 batters, Inuka and Ramesh. They're trying hard. The spinners have been really taking things away from the Hayleys batters. Edward has been brought back into the attack. He did manage to grab a couple of wickets up front, which really opened curtains for BBK partnership. At the moment, the sun is dashing down here at the most cricket grounds in Colombo. Fabulous day for cricket. Predicted good weather throughout the day. Lots of cricket happening around Colombo, as it is the 32nd SINGER-MCA Super Premier League 2025. The first day, 3 parallel games happening around Colombo. Inuka, he has been very, very good for his 20 deliveries out there. He's been very busy trying to work the ball around, looking for the gaps. Couple of shots with intention. bit of wrist involved, pushes it for a single. Now, on the other hand, BBK partnership, they need to try and make sure that they shouldn't be letting go the pressure that they have put on the batting side so far. They should be top-notch on the field. Make sure that they do not give away easy singles. Don't give away any easy opportunity for the batting team to score off. Well, that surprised the batter. Look at that bounce. Good over. 27 done. Hayleys 96 for 4. Ramesh Mendes and Inuka Karanagoda out there at the middle. Things have been very tough for the batters since the spinners took over. After the first few overs from the fast bowlers where the ball was coming onto the bat really well. But realizing that the surface had something to offer for the spinners, Vijay Kant, the skipper, decided that he is going to continue with the spinners who have been very successful since then. Inuka goes hard. There is protection down a deep cover. Just the one run. A very young, talented player, Inuka Karunagoda. He has the capacity. Ideal situation, especially for a youngster, to be out there with an international player, to build a partnership, to build an innings. Lots of overs left. You need to grab these kind of opportunities when they are offered to showcase your skills and talent. Inuka Karanagoda, a product of the Mahanama College in Colombo, just 21 years old, have lots of time for his cricketing career. At the moment, he's feeling it all good on his bat, driving it nicely down the ground. Another single added. Well, that's 100 up for Hayleys. It has been a good recovery after losing those 3 quick wickets when the total was 31 runs. There was a partnership between Minod Bhanuka and Ramesh Mendes. And since that was broken down, these two batters have once again made sure that they are building a handy little partnership for the 5th wicket. Talking about Inuka Karunagoda, a very healthy average of 37 in first class and 44 in the list A as well. Quick single, very nicely done. Trusting your partner. Good over, 5 runs coming off that. Straight away, calling for that run. Completes it quite comfortably. 28 done. 101 for 4. Bowling card, the 2 highlight of the day, Vyaskanth and Edward Nathan, 2 wickets each. 4th wicket going down at 77 means it has been a decent partnership between these two batters once again. 24 runs before Minod Bhanuka threw away his wicket, I would say. He was looking very good. especially during the time he was out there. 22 overs to go after this one. They should be eyeing on a target, minimum target of 215 or 220 runs if they're looking to make a match out of this. Nipun Karunanayaka has been brought into the attack. Well, spin being introduced from all ends. Realizing the fact that it has been very much spin friendly since the start of play. Looks an ideal move from the skipper. Well, probably VS Khan trying to get through some overs quick as possible using the part-timers. But this would be an ideal opportunity for the batters as well if they could try and grab a couple of boundaries, get that scoring rate up a little bit, put the part-timer under pressure. Inuka Karanagoda, he has been very busy out there since he walked out 15 of 27. Ramesh Mendes, on the other hand, he has no option. To be very honest, he needs to hang out there. Been a very silent passage of play. BBK partnerships, they're looking for another wicket. They're searching for that wicket. I just sense that VS Khan might try and bring himself for one more over. Try and get a breakthrough. Break this partnership. Because looking at the surface and the cracks that were visible during the morning hours, it might open up more as the afternoon comes by. The sun is heating down. So there will be more assistance for the spinners as the day moves on. So BBK partnership, they should keep that in mind as well. Ramesh Mendes, he has been very watchful, trying to be responsible. He knows a wicket here, especially his one, things would drag down for Hayleys. Good over under the circumstances for the part-timer, just the 4 runs given away. 29 overs done. Hayleys, 105 for 4. Well, as I correctly predicted during the previous over, Vijaykanth VS Kanth has decided to bring himself on, probably to try and break this partnership. I would call it a very smart move. Probably try and bowl 2 overs if he doesn't get a wicket here, and keep 2 for the back end of the innings. He's firing it in at the moment. When he got the wicket of Ahan Wickramasinghe, he really floated it up, inviting Ahan to drive outside the off stump. He's a very experienced campaigner. He will use all of his tricks and skills probably to run through these batters' minds, play a bit of mind games, adjusting the field accordingly. Now, I like the fact that the mid-off fielder is inside the circle. So he's inviting the batter to go after him if possible. This is very, very smart by the skipper, Vijaykanth himself. They need a wicket here. That is what he's trying for. Can't afford Hayleys to run away with another partnership. Once again, fighting the wrong one. Ramesh Mendy is very watchful. Onto his back foot. Taking his front foot away from play. Very risky shot to play though. And again, similar delivery, similar shot. Now, Ramesh Mendes has used his unique way of handling Vijaykanth Vijaykanth, taking his front foot away from play and milking it away from the back foot. One might think it is a risky option, but on the other hand, it's very smart. That was fired in quicker, wrong onto the left-hand batter. Inuka Karanagoda hardly read that delivery. Vijaykanth into his 7th over. Just the 13 runs given away, grabbing 2 wickets. Quick single, but Ramesh says no. Good over by Vijaykanth, just the 3 runs given away. 30 done. Hayleys 108 for 4.
So 30 overs completed, and Hayleys 108 for 4. Look at that batting card and the partnerships as well. Sanko Kosal opened the batting with Chandragupta, 10 and 8 respectively. Vinod Banekar 35 batted well. And Wickramasinghe was disappointing, just made a 1 run. And today BBK partnerships won the toss and invited Hayleys to bat first. Good batting track. We saw a couple of the balls turn as well, turn slowly. So Ramesh Mendes, the captain of Hayleys, picks up another single, takes him on to 32. We haven't seen a boundary for quite some time, even though this is a small ground here, the Moors Sports Club. Nipun Karuratna on the far end. Swept away. That's a boundary. We talked about a boundary not coming for quite some time. There we are. After quite some time, the boundary has come in. Inuka Karnagoda has made that count. Good sweep shot. The fielder had no chance. There was no field around that area. Takes Inuka on to 21 of 33. A total up to 113 for 4. Hayleys will want to get past 200 for sure. So 3 matches in the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super League Premier Tournament underway. Chopped down to short third man for single. We talked about 3 matches on. 1 match here at the Moors grounds. Another game at the NCC and the 3rd match at the MCA grounds as well. So this is the window for the Mercantile A division, as they say. Full toss driven, a beautiful shot. Leaves the fielders standing. That was between extra cover and long off for 4. That's a poor delivery. We haven't seen the spinners bowled any poor deliveries so far. That was the first poor delivery we can talk about, the full toss. Look at that. And Mendes made full use of that to find the boundary. They need runs. Total up to 118 for 4. Played gently on the onside to long on, this time by Ramesh Mendes. He'll keep the strike. Takes him on to 31 overs completed, and Hayleys on to 119 for 4. So there's the bowling card for BBK partnerships in this 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League 2025. Newton opened the bowling, 2 overs, none for 10. Kavilana bowled 105 runs, and after those 3 overs were bowled, V.S. Khan came on, 7 overs, 2 for 13, bowled really well, troubled the batsman. Edward Deluxon, 2 for 12 from 4, so he's got 6 overs left under his belt. So Krishna Ram also has turned his arm over, so lots of the spinners in operation. So the Moore Sports Club, one of the old clubs, in fact, in Sri Lanka. This is a newish building that has been brought up in October of 2008. So V.S. Khan will start another spell from the pavilion end, 2 for 13, his figures from 7 overs. He's got 3 overs left up his sleeve. He wants a wicket here, that's for sure. And the moment he came on, even the last second spell, he picked up a wicket. Vinod Banaka. Mendes well forward. So the right arm leg spinner commands a lot of respect from batsmen. V.S. Khan starts it, a couple of dot balls, his 8th over. So Mendes is giving him a lot of respect. Mendes on 37 of 74 deliveries. He's the captain of Hayleys. Quicker and shorter. Dumped towards sweeper this time, so single has been taken. So brings the left hand on strike, Inuka Karnagoda. He's on 22 of 34. He had a life, in fact, when the wicketkeeper, Niroshan Dikbala, missed a stumping of him when he was about 3. Well forward. Again, well, close call for Inuka as well. Excellent over from V.S. Khan comes to an end. Just the 1 run of that. Look at that. There's the leg spinner bowling. The batsman trying to play forward. Beaten all ends up. 32 overs completed. Hayleys 120 for 4. So there's the Hayleys scorecard. Ahan Wickramasinghe, normally a dependable batsman, out for 1 today. Vinod Banaka made 35. Came in at a time when Hayleys were in all sorts of problems and lost 3 wickets to 31. joined his captain after that, Ramesh Mendis, to put on a partnership. Right, so pace back again. Mahindaran is back to bowl from the 5 into the grounds. He bowled the 1 over 5 runs in the morning. And after 2 more overs, the 33rd and 34th over, Yaskant will have the option of picking 1 ball to complete the innings. Full toss driven, but straight towards extra cover, who does well to field it. They're now playing with 2 white balls up to the 34th over. That's the new rule set by the ICC. There we go. Mendes unable to make full use of that, a full toss, in fact. Better. Batsman comes forward and drives down the track. Ramesh Mendis, the captain of Hayleys, on 38 of 77. Inuka Karnagod is on 22 of 36. The projected score is 186. They're going at 3.71 runs and over. That's the current run rate. Walks into that. Plays it nicely on the onside towards the long on. So 1 more run. So very quiet period play once again after that boundary, which was nicely scored by Inuka Karnagoda. And because you got the left hand, right hand combination in the middle, the field has to change every time a single is being taken. So you got the man at third man, a man on sweeper cover, a backward point, extra cover, and a deep mid off on the offside. On the onside, a short fine leg, along with the mid wicket, and a long on. Played soft hands this time. Inuka picks up a single again. So it's been a hot and humid day in Colombo at the Moors grounds as well. The Moors grounds located in the heart of Colombo, amongst the many high-rise buildings, which from time to time you can see them when our cameras pan that way. So Mahindaran stops in his tracks. Oh, short. Off the back foot, played away nicely on the onside. Coming back for 2 is Ramesh Mendis. The return of the bowlers, and if it was directed, perhaps Inuka was in trouble, but he makes his ground. Diving at that part, and the dust from the track itself also comes up. My word, look at that. There's the first run been taken very, very fast indeed. Coming back for the second, there's the return on its way. Well, if he had directed, Inuka was certainly a goner. And look at the dust. Oof. So certainly Ramesh Mendis, the captain of Hayleys, trying to get a move on this innings. He knows that they must get to over 200 runs. These are smallish grounds, not many boundaries. The boundaries have dried up for them. We've had perhaps 1 boundary in the last 6 or 7 overs. But on this type of grounds, normally lots of boundaries are scored. Walks into that again, plays gently on the onside, this time only a single. So BBK partnerships are well ahead on their over rate because they bowl so many spinners. This is the fourth over of medium pace being bowled in this innings. So you can imagine that their over rate was really good. They got to complete the 50 overs by 1:15 in the afternoon. The time now is coming up to 12 o'clock. And 33 overs have been completed. There's just 17 to go. And Hayleys are 125 for 4. So current run rate 3.79. Ramesh Mendis, the captain of Hayleys, on 42 of 80 balls. It's taken quite some time, but now, since he's batted so long in the middle, he must make his wicket count. In the air for a while, but dropped short of that fielder at extra cover or a wide mid-off. Short third man, backward point, sweeper. The extra cover and the long off on the offside. Oh, quicker one. Krishna bowling a quicker delivery can vary the pace as well. The left arm spinner into his 8th over. None for 33 his figures. Short, but off the back foot is Ramesh Mendis, plays it straight to that extra cover fielder. The outfields in Colombo and outside as well, all very fast indeed these days. This time he gets it past the field at extra cover, down towards long off. So plenty of time to cross for one. So Inuka is back on strike on 23 of 37 deliveries. Again, the adjustment of the field, the left hand on strike. So they got that backward point, the sweeper cover, a point extra cover mid-off on the offside. Appeal again. Perhaps sliding down the leg side. Umpire not interested in that. Look at that. There we go. You could see all three stumps, in fact. This one's nicely played. Soft hands on the onside for single. So 34 overs completed, and Hayleys are 127 for 4. There we have the partnerships as well. And this partnership for the 5th wicket, they wielded 50 runs between Inuka Karnagoda and Ramesh Mendis. 26 from Mendis' bat, 24 from Inuka's bat. 50 of 82 balls for this 5th wicket. Another good partnership, in fact, and something that Hayleys needed. So you got one, now 34 overs completed, so now the captain has the option of only picking one ball. He does that. So the extra ball being sent back to the pavilion, to the match referee, in fact. They play with 2 balls up to the 34th over. And from the 35th to the 50th, they'll have only one ball. The captain, the fielding captain, can decide which ball he wants to use. So that's been done. And we're ready to go once again. Played a miss, and also Nevis and Dickwella doesn't collect cleanly. So one bye taken. He's keeping fairly deep down, in fact, for the medium pacer, Mahindiran. Nicely played by Mendes on the onside towards the deep mid-wicket position. Picks up a single for that. Down the track is Inuka, beaten outside the line of off stump. This time collected cleanly by Dick Weller. Nicely played this time. Open the face of the bat, running down towards a deep backward point. They'll pick up one for that. So Inuka Karnagada moves on 25 of 42. Brings Ramesh Mendes on 44 of 85 to take strike. The current run rate 3.75. Slow ball, lofted, well lofted on the offside. Goes all the way. So there we are, the umpire outstretched hands. Hayleys needed that. Boundaries had dried up. Look at that. Totally in control. Full face the bat. So 6 valuable runs and takes Mendes on to 50 as well. 50 of 86 balls. Tickles it around the corner towards deep mid-wicket to pick up a single to keep the strike as well. And that will end the over. 35 overs completed. And Hayleys are 137 for 4.
Well, that's a scorecard for you. Ramesh Mendes, what a knock he has played. A captain's innings, taking on the responsibility. When 3 wickets were down for 31 runs, he walked out and he has been fabulous, isn't it? Look at that. 1, 6 and just the 2 boundaries. What a responsible knock. And Inuka Karanagoda, 25 of 42. Nice little partnership. 60 runs already for the 5th wicket. 7 extras helping the cause of the total. 35 overs, 137 for 4. 15 overs to be bowled, and that's 90 legal deliveries. Well, 90 runs, a runner ball would take them to 225, which I would say is a very handy total considering how the surface has behaved during this session of play. Right, let's take a quick look at Ramesh Mendis' half century. He has been fabulous since he walked out. Couple of fabulous shots through the offside field. That was a boundary start of proceedings. And another one through the covers. Just the 2 boundaries. He's hardly had any chance to go after the bowlers. But that one shot that caught the eye. What a shot that was down the ground. Brilliant. Captain's knock. A responsible innings. Now, the important fact is that he needs to be out there up until the very last over. He needs to anchor the innings. Turn this 15 to 100 probably would be very fancy for Hayleys. Right, then we are back live after the short drinks break. It has been a very warm afternoon here in Colombo today. The sun was shining bright during the first couple of hours. There is a little bit of clouds that are moving around, but no threat for the match that's happening here at the Moors Cricket Ground in Colombo. Play is about to resume after the drinks break. Ramesh Mendis and Inuka Karunagoda. They have put up a handy little partnership. 60 runs for the 5th wicket. They are rebuilding these innings. Projected score at 195. But they surely should be looking for something around 220 to 230, where their bowlers would get a chance to bowl at a good total. Once again, we do have the mid-off fielder inside the circle. This is good from BBK. Now, what these two batters have done really well, they have run those singles, they have run the twos, they have put the pressure back on the BBK team. Yes, they lost a few wickets up front, but since then, these two batters have done really well. Well, Ramesh Mendis has been very, very good with his forward defense. Very watchful. 52 of 91. Slower strike rate. But the problem was he was losing partners from the other end. So he had to hang out there and try and anchor the innings. 3 runs coming off that. 36 overs done. 140 for 4. '84 legal deliveries to complete the innings. run a ball would surely get them to that score around 225, but depending on where they might be at the end of the 45th over. Ramesh Mendis are trying to be a little bit cheeky, trying to reverse sweep Edward Nathan, one of the successful bowlers today, grabbing a couple of wickets up front, opening curtains for the BBK partnership. Couple of feet down the ground, one bounce into the fence for 4 runs. Welcome boundary for Ramesh Mendis. What a shot that was. He's growing in confidence. Got to the pitch of the ball. Look at that. Straight as an arrow. Well, this is big trouble for BBK partnership. They need to try and break this. Once again, dancing shoes on, but the long on fielder will take a safe catch. Edward Nathan will have his last laugh. He was brought back into the attack to grab a wicket, and he has done exactly what the skipper ordered. Ramesh Mendis, for a moment, I thought, has thrown away his wicket. One shot too many. Nathan Edward, very smartly done, dragging the length back. Good knock from the skipper. 36.3 overs done. Hayleys 144 for 5. That was just what the doctor ordered for BBK partnerships. Edward Nathan, the successful bowler. Look at that wicket again. When mid-off was up inside the circle, so that option going down the ground was always on. But Edward Nathan, he got hammered the previous delivery, but he was very smart to drag the length back. Ravi Dufnayandra, the new batter in, he has a huge responsibility. Make sure that he moves on his merry way. Nicely drives it down the ground. Opens up his account with a single. Now, BBK partnership, they need to try and tighten the screws a little bit. They have got that wicket they were looking for. They have broken the partnership. They should look to get through maybe another wicket as soon as possible. Very good over. A wicket for Edward Nathan. 37 done. Hayleys 145 for 5. This is the batting card. Sad out Ramesh Mendis, the skipper. Unfortunately throwing away his wicket. How good he looked when he was out there. Wicket falling at the wrong time for Hayleys. They were just looking good for a total around 225, but now they need to build up another partnership. Well, after the fall of that wicket, the BBK team, they look very positive. Their body language, they're on their toes, cheering up the bowler. This is what is required. You need to support your bowlers. You need to support your team. A bit uppish. Just a single. Ravindra Fernando showing intentions of going after the bowling. Now, Inuka Karanagoda, he has a responsibility now. He has been out there for 45 deliveries. He has managed to grab the 26 runs. He needs to be out there. Try and convert it into a big total. He should be throwing away his wicket at this point. Inside edge. Quick single taken. They need to try and milk away these runs as much as possible. They might find it a little bit hard to get those quick boundaries, especially after the wicket of Ramesh Mendis. The pressure back on Hayleys at the moment. Shot goes over extra cover. One bounce into the fence. A very good shot by Ravindra Fernando, rocking onto his back foot. Krishna Sri Ram dragging it short. Gets the treatment. Welcome boundary. Well, what a catch. What a catch that was. Down at deep mid wicket. Once again, not the ideal delivery. Dragging it short. Ravindra Fernando pulls it. But unfortunately, does not get the distance. That's the 6th wicket. Krishna Sri Ram will have his last laugh. That should have been put away. That was too short. Good catch at deep square leg. Very well judged. Ravindra Fernando's short stay comes to an end. Hayleys 38 overs done. 151 for 6. The new man in Lahiru Samarkun. Well, we are into the all-rounders now. Probably BBK partnership might be thinking of wrapping things up as soon as possible. They have got the 2 wickets that they were looking for in short intervals. Lahiru Samarkun, look at that strike rate. That is what is impressive. Carries a lot of experience behind him. He can hit the long ball. But the issue is it's just a little bit too early. Shot punched off the back foot. Bit of work at the deep. Couple of runs for Inuka Karanagoda. Now the BBK partnership bowlers, they need to understand that they should try and tighten up things. They should continue to push the pressure back at the batters. They shouldn't be giving away loose deliveries. They shouldn't be giving away easy runs. Tighten the screws and that will get you another wicket. Shot again outside the off stump. Inuka Karanagoda this time decides to leave it. Yeah. The point and the short third man fielders are inside the circle. So bowling outside the off stump is not the ideal length. Edward has been absolutely brilliant so far. Grabbing 3 wickets, breaking that partnership. Lahiru Samarakon having a good look around the ground. Loops up in there. Well, that was almost another wicket for Edward. That hurried on to him. Lahiru Samarakon probably trying to push it on towards the long off region. A bit of bounce. We did see this uneven bounce from the start of play when the spinners were bowling. And this time it keeps low. 39 done. Hayleys 154 for 6. Eleven overs to be bowled in the innings. That is 66 legal deliveries. The run rate has slowed down a little bit. At the moment it's around 4 runs per over. Probably with where Hayleys are currently, they might be looking at a score around 210 if possible. That would be great. Thies and Vidushan, he has been good today. Good economy. 8 overs, just 26 runs. He's into his 9th over. He would handy his chances to get a wicket here. The fielding of BBK has been brilliant. They have thrown themselves around, grabbed every single catch. Inuka Karanagoda, he decides that he's going to big. Over long off, unbounce into the fence for 4 runs. Good shot to break the shackles. Welcome boundary. Mid off inside the circle. He just made sure that he got it past that fielder. Good shot. They need few of these, and I'm sure both these batters are very much capable of going after the bowlers. This time the reverse sweep comes on, fails to make contact, probably hitting him outside the leg stump. This is what is exactly required. Looking for a second run. You get a boundary and try and rotate the strike. Don't let the dot balls come into play. Try and milk those singles. Keep the scoreboard moving. You will get that odd boundary. Inuka Karanagoda, he has looked very good for his 35. This time strays down the leg side, should be at least a couple of runs. Let's wait for the umpire's call. Looks like it has come off the bat. Lairus Kamarkun gets off the mark. 40 done. Hayleys 161 for 6.
So down to the last 10 overs, and Hayleys put into bat today by BBK Partnerships. 161 for 6 after 40 overs. Lairo Samarakon on 2 and Inuka Karnagoda on 35 or 55. Tishan Vitushan to bowl his 10th and final over from the far end of the grounds. He's bowled 9 overs, or rather has changed the bowling in fact. Edward Nathan comes on, 3 for 20 after 6 overs. So he's got 4 overs left of his sleeve, is Edward. He's bowled well in the morning to pick up those 3 wickets. The first 3 wickets to fall, in fact. And here we are with Karnagad on strike. First ball, he comes forward, pushes out on the offside. Looking at the field for the left-hander, he's got a short third man, a backward point, sweeper cover, extra cover and a long off on the offside. Down the track this time, using his feet, drives on the onside towards deep mid wicket. He picks up 1 for that. They will now have to really use the long handle, get some quick runs. Lairu Samarakon is another batsman who could use the long handle, hit the ball a long way. He's on 2 at the moment of 3 balls. And looking at the onside field, they got the fine leg, a mid wicket and a long on with the deep mid wicket on the boundary. So dot ball. Current run rate is 4 runs and over. They'll need to do much better than that to pick up to about 5. They can. Reverse hit. Doesn't make contact. Lairu. Niroshan Dikwala corrects. Trying to tickle it on the onside, but works it on the off. Short extra cover picks up, so no chance of a run. Edge again down towards backward point. Excellent over from Edward Nathan. Just a 1 run coming of that. He's completed 7 overs, 3 for 21 his figures. And after 41 overs, Hayleys are 162 for 6. So Tishan Vitushan to bowl his 10th and final over, none for 33 his figures, bowling from the pavilion end. Down the leg side, must have got a pad or something on the way, otherwise the umpire would have called a wide. Tishan Vitushan. Adjustment of the field once again. So they got a man who's at short third man. Deep point, extra cover and the long off on the offside. Driven past the ball on the onside, so long on will tidy up. They get a single for that. So brings Lairu Samarakon and strikes on 2 of 7 balls. He needs to use the long handle for sure. Wait for the big hit. The ball triggers down towards short fine leg. Was it off the bat or the pad? We'll wait for the umpire's call. Yes, he got some bat to that. But just a single only being taken. Going for a big heave on the onside. Again, tucked round the corner towards short fine leg. Another single being taken by Inuka Karnagoda. This is excellent bowling, tying the batsmen up, not giving them any free base to free their arms, play some big shots. Quick one, and that one's lofted. It's lofted a long way. That goes over the boundary, and that's 6 in fact to Lairu Samarakon. He's used the long handle effectively over the bowler's head. And the moment he left the bat, it was 6 all the way. There we go. Look at that. Lot of muscle in that for sure. So last ball of the over coming up from Tishan Vitushan, his last ball of his spell. Well bowled, digs it out, is Samarakon. He picks up a single for that. Tishan Vitushan completes his 10 over spell. None for 43 his figures. 42 overs completed, and Hayleys 172 for 6. So the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League for 2025 in full swing at the moment. 6 teams in the fray, and 3 matches being played today. 1 here at the Moors grounds, another at the NCC grounds, and the 3rd at the MCA grounds. Excellent weather conditions. It's a hot and humid afternoon here in Colombo. And BBK Partnerships take on Hayleys in this game. BBK Partnerships won the toss, invited Hayleys to bat first, had them in trouble early on a 31 for 3. Some useful partnerships came in then. And the captain himself, Mendes, did well with the bat. First ball to Samarakon. He plays it out on the offside towards sweeper, or towards long off in fact, and picks up 1. So Edward Nathan into his 8th over, 3 for 22 his figures. He bowled really well in the morning, picked up the first 3 wickets to fall. And that one swept away, out caught, excellent catch again. The man at deep backward square leg, and Inuka Karnagoda was trying to go for those sweep shots to make the boundary and hold out to the man who dived over and took the catch. And there we are with Hayleys losing another wicket. Their 7th wicket is lost. Inuka Karunatha goes for 38. There's the catch coming up again. The shot being played in the air. Look at the fielder. Dives over, keeps his eyes on the ball, and makes sure the ball is in his hands when he dives over. And another wicket falls. So Edward now then picks up his 4th wicket. 4 for 22 his figures after 7.2 overs. And he's been certainly the playmaker for BBK Partnerships in the bowling department. Has picked up 4. Excellent bowling indeed. And Hayleys are 173 for 7 in reality. Perhaps they could be bowled out within the 50 overs. That could happen. Down to the tail now. The current run rate is 4.09. So Kavishka, the new batsman, walks out to join Lairu Samarakon in the middle. Samarakon is on 11 of 11 balls. The projected score is 205. Can they get past that 200-run mark? That's going to be interesting, because Edward Nathan has got 2 overs left up his sleeve after this one is completed. And he's been the man who's caused a lot of damage in this Hayleys innings. And now could the tail really wag for Hayleys at the moment? Kavishka Anjula, 41 matches, highest being 60. Good strike rate of 102.15, 250s as well to his name. So Edward Nathan brings the batsman forward, drives straight back to the bowler, dot ball. Plays gently down towards backward point again, so not the dot ball, a couple of dot balls as well. So this over, 1 run and a wicket so far. There's that shot again, the wicket that fell, and look at the catch being taken. The fielder dives over. This one is played on the onside straight towards mid-wicket. Excellent over from Edward Nathan. 1 for 1 in this over, and the last ball coming up. Driven on the offside towards long off. Is off the mark is Kavishka. He'll keep the strike, ends the over as well. Excellent over from Edward Nathan. 2 runs off the over. So 8 overs completed. His figures 4 for 23. And after 43 overs, Hayleys are 174 for 7. There's the partnerships. Inuka Karnagoda and Ramesh Mendis put on 67. That was a good partnership, in fact, for the 5th wicket. Vinod Bhanuka and Ramesh Mendis put on 46. Those are 2 partnerships that worth talking about. Vyas Khan comes back for his last 2 overs, 2 for 14 his figures. Bowled superbly this morning. So he's kept his last 2 overs up his sleeve. Field spread out. He's got a slip in place. The backward point, sweeper, extra cover and long off on the offside. Oh, well bowled. Excellent delivery. Beats up. Kavishka all ends up. That's the replay of that delivery. Look at that. Bowled the wrong one. Again, a good delivery. Kavishka again beaten. So, more importantly, 2 dot balls in this 44th over. Trying to pull across the line. That was a shorter delivery. Didn't make contact. So, the Hayleys teammates a bit disappointed. Couldn't get back to ball. Kavishka, the left-hander. Again, another excellent delivery. Beats him, all ends up. 4 dot balls in the over so far. Make it 5. Well. Kavishka has no way that he could read Vyaskant. Goes for a switch hit, gets back to ball and down to the boundary at third man for 4. So after 5 dot balls, he gets off the mark with a boundary. In fact, he's got 1 run before. Ends the over, 44 completed, and Hayleys 178 for 7. We look at that. Finally made contact, the last ball of the over. So Westkant has bowled 9 overs, 2 for 18 his figures. So Lairu Samarkon has the strike at the moment. He's on 11 of 11 balls. Current run rate 4.05. They'll want to get past the 200 mark for sure, Hayleys. Got 6 overs left in the innings. And Edward Nathan to bowl his 9th, 4 for 23 his figures. Big appeal given out to BW, and they strike again. And Edward Nathan picks up his 5th wicket. as Lyru Samarakon playing across the line, wrapped to the pad, appeal from the players, and the finger came up. So there we are. That's another big wicket for BBK partnership. And we'll look at that again. There we go. Very straight. Hits him on the back leg. No doubt about that from the umpire. Finger came up straight away. The bowler was pretty sure about that as well. And Samarakon goes for 11 of 12 balls, 1-6 in that innings. And certainly BBK partnerships have dominated after those two partnerships from Hayleys. Nothing very much to talk about in the others. So 178 for 8 is the Hayleys total after 44.1 overs. And the most important question now is, would they bat their full 50 overs? That's important, to bat your full 50 overs, not to be bowled out inside 50. Make use of every single delivery, try and get as many runs as possible, put the pressure on the opposition, that's what it's all about. And Edward Nathan, excellent figures, 5 for 23 from 8.1 overs. So down to the tail for Hayleys. And could the tail battle it out? Nisala is the new man in, now the left-hander. Plenty of work to be done for the tail. Nisala Aberatna played 7 matches. Top score 40, not out. Not the greatest of averages, but today might be his day to do better for his team, Hayleys. And here we are, Edward. Shoulders, arms outside the line of off stump. So a dot ball. Short third man, sweeper, extra cover and mid-off with the long off on the offside. Comes forward, plays out towards extra cover. No chance of a run. On the leg side, they got the deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Mid-wicket and long on. So boundary is well protected on the leg side. Gets an edge, the ball runs down towards that backward point region. He's off the mark with a single. Is Nisala Aberatna. Total up by 1 to 179 for 8. And 2 balls left in Edward Nathan's 9th over because of 5 for 24. Oh, that's a good delivery. He surprised Kavishka, who played it out on the offside to extra cover. Played a miss outside the line of off stump. Excellent over from Edward Nathan. Just a 1 run and a wicket in the over as well. So he's bowled 9 overs, 5 for 24, 45 overs completed, and Hayleys 179 for 8.
Let's take a quick look at the 5 wickets of Edward. What a fantastic bowling performance this was. This was the first one. That's how things opened up for him. And then on, he was brilliant. He was introduced to break partnerships, and he did exactly what was required. That was a prize wicket, a full toss, a good catch in the deep, and Lyru Samarakon's wicket, especially with 5 overs to go in these innings, I would call it a prize wicket. That shot was not required because you knew that Edward is among the wickets and trying to play across the line to a bowler who has been fantastic throughout the day. That was not the ideal shot, because this is the time that Lyru Samarakon should have been out there, especially with the last 5 overs in action. Vijayakant Viyaskant, the skipper himself, probably trying to grab 1 more wicket here. Try to wrap things up below 200. Oh, slips off. You need to be careful in the outfield. not to get yourself injured. Viyaskant has been brilliant. He's into his last over, considering just the 19 runs and grabbing 2 wickets. Shot, fire that in, quick single. Manages to get over to the other end. Every run will matter. If they could at least get to that total of 200, the bowlers would have a chance to bowl at. With how the track has been assisting the spinners, Ramesh Mendis would be biting his lips to come out there. Gets that edge. Runner ball would take them to 210, which would be ideal, but the wicket column is the problem for Hayleys. Quick one again. Well, every run against Viyaskant would be golden dust for Hayleys, because it has been very hard to get runs against him today. He has been brilliant into his last delivery. Well, just shorting in front. Nisal escapes. What a spell. 10 overs. 2 for 22. Here's a quick look at that again. Gets that outside edge. Oh, just underneath the fingertips. Would have been a brilliant catch if it was grabbed out. 46 done. Hayleys are run 83 for 8. Batting card. Most of the batters getting a start, especially Ramesh Mendis and Inuka Karanagoda and even Minod Bhanuka getting a start. They spent some time out there but threw away their wickets. Very unfortunate. If you're a fan and a supporter of Hayleys, they've had some good partnerships in the middle, but unfortunately failing to convert them into big ones. Well, the batters, in fact the umpires, having a quick chat in the middle. Not sure what it is about. Well, things have settled down. We are back in action. Valiant attempt. Edward into his last over. He has bowled 9 overs so far, given away the 24 runs. Good effort of his own bowling. He has been pumped up today. 5 wicket haul, the starting day of this tournament. If you're just joining us, this is the 32nd SINGER-MCA Super Premier League. It's day number 1. The game between Hayleys and BBK partnerships. Looking for a single, turned down by Kavishka. Multiple games happening around Colombo today. In fact, 3 in total. Lots of cricket. Very much full. Probably the ideal thing to do at this point. Seeing off Edward would be the ideal thing for these batters. Don't give away another wicket. He's hunting for that. He has been brilliant throughout the day. He has kept things very nice and simple. Bowling in line with the stumps and that odd delivery, straightening up, creating all the damage. Just like that. Good over. just the 1 run. 47 done. Hayleys 184 for 8. Edward Nathan, the highlight of the day. 5 wicket haul, 10 overs, just the 25 runs. BS Khan. Now, between these two bowlers, they are bowled 20 overs and considered 47 runs and grabbed 7 wickets. That is absolutely magnificent by the two spin twins who have dominated the morning session of play. In total, they have bowled 86 dot deliveries, taking in overs. That is 14 maiden overs. Fantastic effort. Taking full advantage of the surface here today. We did see a lot of cracks during the morning session when we were out there. And Vijaykanth VS Kant, realizing that it is going to assist the spin bowlers a lot, he made sure that he poured on his spin armory. It has really helped the cause. They managed to grab 8 wickets for 184 runs. Right then, we have 18 legal deliveries. Looking for a second run. This is good running. Very good running. The throw was a little bit wider, but the umpire signals 1 shot. How unfortunate that was. The batters, they did run the hard yards, but unfortunately, that's 1 run short. Well, trying for a switch hit. Fails to make contact. Runner ball would take them past that 200 mark. They need to go past that for sure for a psychological win. A minimum of 200. Quick run taken. Well, BBK partnership, the bowlers, they have made sure that they have continuously pressurized the batters, never gave an opportunity for the Hayleys batters to bounce back. There have a couple of partnerships for the 4th and the 5th wicket, but since then, and apart from that, they have made sure that they have tightened the screws and never let the Hayleys batters bounce back. Overall, it has been fantastic from the BBK partnership. Good captaincy by VS Kanth. Well, that will be painful. Quick run taken. There's not that short to be pulled off. Trying for a short-hand jab probably. That kept low. Sliding down the leg side. Good decision from the umpire. Shot again. 1 run. Well, the boundaries aren't coming, but still these singles do matter. Every run at this point would really count for Hayleys. They're looking at a target of minimum 200. To get to that psychological figure, they need to make sure they grab every single run on offer. Once again, nicely worked towards the cover region for another run. That completes over number 48. 189 for 8. This has been the story of partnerships. Just a couple of partnerships in the middle. Minod Banuk and Ramesh Mendis 4-6. And that partnership between Karana Goda and Ramesh Mendis, which has really helped Hayleys to get to this total of 189 runs. Full toss to start the 49th over. Just the one run. Mahendrani has been a bit expensive today. 3 overs, he has given away 19 runs into his 4th over. Well, it has not been the day for the fast bowlers. In fact, the spinners have dominated every session of this play. All 8 wickets to go down has been grabbed by the spinners. Dominating performance. Understanding the conditions and adapting accordingly. Good captaincy. Niroshan Dikwalla, the wicket keeper. He has been supporting the skipper with the field setting as well. Walks across the stumps. Tries for a big heave. Kavishka gets that inside edge. One more run added to the total. Well, they are slowly getting towards that number of 200. The psychological figure which they would love to go past at this point with 8 wickets down. 10 legal deliveries left. They need a run of every delivery. Slower delivery. The batters wouldn't really matter as long as they manage to cross over. Getting closer to that mark. Pulled, one bounce into the boundary for 4 runs. Not a good delivery by Mahendran. Dragging the length short. Asking for trouble. Well, that's not the ideal delivery that you need to be bowling at a tail ender. You need to bowl in line with the stumps. Try to attack the stumps. Kavishka walking across the stumps, expecting that short one from Mahendra. There is protection. There is a deep mid-wicket and a deep square-leg fielder. But he still did manage to thread that gap. Wayward. Way outside the off stump. These are bonus runs for Hayleys. Freebies given away by BBK partnership. Kavishka has played a handy hand, 16 of 21. Probably brushed the pads on its way, but it has been a very expensive over by Mahendran once again. 8 runs given away. 49th over. Yep, brushing the pads on its way. Good call by the umpire. Exposing the stumps, walking across. What a shot. All the way over long off for 6. Kavishka showcasing his talents. Full outside the off stump. Swing through the arm. Brilliant shot. Much needed. 200 up for Hayleys. 49 done. 203 for 8. Well, Kavishka Anjula, he has been playing a handy hand. 22 with a couple of boundaries and 1-6. This is a good finish for Hayleys. Let's see if they could capitalize in this last over as well. Probably 10 runs would be ideal. Get closer to that 215 mark. Good start for Hayleys, but not a good start for BBK Partnerships. String down the leg side. Freebies. Well, I'm surprised to see that V.S. Kanth has opted to go to his fast bowlers when the spinners have done a decent job. In fact, a fabulous job, I could call it. Full toss. Straight down the ground. Just the 1 run. Probably would have done better if Kavishka Anjula was on strike. Should have been put away, isn't it? In the 50th over, you get a juicy full toss that needs to go out of the park. Slow delivery. Kavishka Anjula, he denies the single. Well, it's just a couple of deliveries completed in the over. I'm not sure if that was the right decision by Kavishka Anjula. He needs to trust his partner, or probably he might be having other ideas to go after the bowler. 4 deliveries. At least a couple of maximums. Full toss. That should have been left alone outside the off stump. It should have been definitely called a wide. This time he decides to take the single. Three deliveries to go. Runner ball will get them towards that mark of 210, but they would fancy their chances to get a boundary here. Good presence of mind by Kavishka Anjula. Nisa Laberatne fails to make contact, and Kavishka Anjula immediately making sure that he gets to the other end. He needs to be on strike, especially for these last 2 deliveries. One of them needs to go out of the park to put the icing on the cake for Hayleys, to finish things off in style. Walks across, just a single. Good bowling by Ranjit Kumar. Full outside the off stump, Yorker length. No matter how long this game would evolve, that one single delivery, the Yorker length by the fast bowlers, would be that one delivery a batter would find it hard to face every single day of the week. Last delivery. Good one. Once again, Yorker length delivery. Niroshan Dikwala shies at the stumps. That completes the 50th over of Hayleys. 208 is the total. In fact, 209 for 8. 210 would be the target for BBK Partnerships when they come back to chase down this total. Well, looking at where they were, 31 for 3, it has been a good recovery. Very good recovery by Hayleys to get to a total of 209 for 8. Umpires and the players having a bit of a chat. Not sure what's happening in the middle. The batters have made their way almost out of the ground. Good effort by the BBK partnership as well. Vijaykanth vs Kant winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Realizing the fact that the surface was assisting the spinners a lot comparing to the fast bowlers, he made sure to bring on his spinners early during the innings, and they managed to restrict Hayleys for 209. Right, here's a quick look at the batting card. Well, the highlight of the day was Ramesh Mendis, the skipper himself, managing to get 57 before he threw away his wicket, and Inuka Karanagoda managed to score a brilliant 38, and Binod Bhanuka 35. 11 extras, 209 for 8 at the end of 50 overs. Bowling card, the star performer of the day, Edward Nathan. 10 overs, 25 runs, and managed to grab 5 wickets. But don't forget the efforts of Vijaykanth vs Kant. He did bowl 10 overs, 22 runs, 2 wickets. 7 wickets shot between the two spin twins. 20 overs in total, just the 47 runs given away. There were a couple of partnerships, but then it was dominated by the BBK partnerships. Well, let's take a look at the highlights. BBK partnerships, they won the toss, decided to bowl first. Where we thought might have been a very good batting wicket. That's how it all started. The fast bowlers were punched down the ground and behind the wicket quite comfortably by the two opening batters. That one shot did indicate how good this surface was and how nicely the ball was coming onto the bat. But V.S. Kant, he did have other thoughts. He realized that it was a spin-friendly wicket, and he bought himself with his spin twin, Edward Nathan, and they did manage to run through the top order batters. They had lost 3 wickets for 31 runs. And then there was a little bit of partnership between Binod Bhanuka and Ramesh Mendis. They went after the bowlers, and the little partnership, Binod Bhanuka did score around the ground, but unfortunately he could not continue. He threw away his wicket, I would say. One shot too many. But Ramesh Mendis, he played some delightful strokes for that brilliant half century, dancing down the track. And guess what? There was one shot that he played too many before he was caught down at long on. That was a brilliant innings by the skipper himself. And since then there was another partnership, and once again the spin department making sure that they did not let the Hayleys batters run away. Some good catching, I would say. Brilliant fielding, brilliant catching. BBK partnership. The bowlers were very well supported by the outfielders as well. They made sure that they never let the Hayleys batters run away with this innings. Overall, it was a fantastic effort by the BBK partnership and a good recovery by Hayleys as well, I would say. 209 for 8 at the end of 50 overs. We'll take a short break, and when we are back, it'll be the run chase by the BBK partnership.
So welcome back to the Moores Grounds in Colombo. The 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League 2025 in action at the moment. The game here is between Hayleys and BBK partnership. If we missed out on the first part of this game, the news is that BBK partnership won the toss, invited Hayleys to bat first, and they made 209 for 8 in their 50 overs. Setting BBK 210 to win from 50 overs. There we are. The equation is there. 300 balls to get 210 runs and 10 wickets in hand. So all to play for this afternoon. And BBK partnership, they'll certainly look to try and make these 210 runs. They did well to restrict this very strong Hayleys batting side to 209 for 8. In fact, there were just two good partnerships in that innings, and the rest of the batting didn't really come to the party more or less for Hayleys. And of course the BBK the partnership spinners, they did extremely well, and one of them picked up 5 wickets, another picked up 2. So there we are, that was how the bowling went as well. In the meantime, so here we are, Hayleys, they're in a huddle at the moment. The umpires are out for the action, and the team was in the huddle. Zamendis leading the Hayleys side as well. He did well with the batted well for Hayleys, and now it's time to do well with the ball as well. So BBK partnerships, the openers also walking out, determined to win this match, to have a good start in this tournament. So 3 games being played today, and the Mercantile A division, as they'll call it, have 6 teams participating. So 3 venues being used. Here at the Moors grounds, another game being played at the NCC grounds, and the 3rd game at the MCA grounds. So all to play for these teams, and definitely it will be an interesting tournament to follow. A lot of the Sri Lankan players in action, and the budding players as well are in action as well in this game. And there we are with all things equal. It's a good sunny afternoon here in Colombo. Good batting track, but we did see a few balls turn. The spinners got some turn as well, and it'll be interesting to see how this game pans out in the next 50 overs or so. Right, so the batsman in the middle, Niroshan Dikwalla, wicket-keep batsman, opened the innings as well. The left-hander, he'll be on strike. He's an aggressive batsman. He wants to go after the bowling, and that is something that you cannot prevent from Niroshan Dikwalla. The umpires are signaling the scorers. Well, they're ready for play. 2:51 was the scheduled starting time of this second inning. And now we are about 252 at the moment. So here we go with the first ball about to go underway. So 2 white balls being used at the moment. And after the 34th over, it will be down to 1. So the fielding captain will decide which ball he wants to use for the next 16 overs. So the stage is all set, and we're looking at the field placings at the moment. There's still fielders running around to take their positions as well on the grounds. And we've got a man, a 3rd man. Is there a man coming to slip? We'll have to wait and see. Then there's a backward point, an extra cover, along with the mid-off on the offside. Yes, so going to be a slip in place as well. So 1 slip, 3rd man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off on the offside. On the onside, they got the man at fine leg, backward square leg, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. So regulation, limited overs field, and here's the first ball coming up. Flicked on the onside by Dikwalla. That's a great start. That's cleared the boundary all the way. 6 of the first ball to Niroshan Dikwalla, and BBK partnership. They're on 6 for no wicket after 1 ball, and this is what Niroshan Dikwalla is good at, to hit the ball, and that one was flicked very nicely indeed. Don't forget that the Moors grounds is a smallish ground here in Colombo, but you've got to play well, you've got to bat well to make all those runs count, like the 6ers and 4s. So Kamal Series on the non-strikers in. Kavishka Anjula in the first over for Hayleys. Right arm over, on the way again to bowl the second ball to Dikwalla. Down the leg side, wide called. That's got to be rebowled. 1 more to the total as well. And BBK partnership moves on to 7 for no wicket. And this is what is required to get those early runs, especially in the power play, the first 10 overs. Make as many runs as possible because the field restrictions on. There's a 2 men outside the 30-yard circle. That's what it's like. And there's Dikwalla's statistics. 85 matches, strike rate of 98.13. Anjula bowls again. This is played on the offside, straight to extra cover. No chance of run, and a dot ball in the process, so it's still 7 for no wicket. So it's a lovely afternoon here in Colombo. It's hot and humid, no doubt. Difficult conditions for players. No breeze, in fact, we don't see any breeze around. Normally you get a nice breeze that will help the players in their comfort levels as well. And here's Anjula on his way once again. Very short, and this is off the back foot, and there's Dikwalla playing it down towards backward point for 4. Couple of bounces to the boundary. Too short from Kavishka Anjula. So he's considered 11 runs of the 3 balls he's bowled so far. So this is a brisk start for the BBK partnership innings. So Dikwella is a man who's known to go after the bowling. Look at that, so short. Up and under was Dikwella and got a boundary going. So things to learn when you bowl to good quality batsmen, especially aggressive batsmen in these forms of games, 50 over games. Defensively out of the offside, picked up by extra cover. That's another dot ball. Mixed over from Anjula. 6 and a 4 with the wide. So 11 of the over so far. 2 dot balls being bowled as well. Current run rate 16.50. Wow, that's a very, very healthy run rate. It can't stay at that right through this innings. So 199 required of 296 balls. That's the equation for BBK partnership. And here's Kavishka Anjula once again on his way. Did he get touched that? Beats the wicket keeper down to the boundary at third man for 4. Yes, off the bat. So he got some bat to that. And Niroshan Dikwella moves quickly across to 14. The wicket keeper had no chance in collecting that. It's not a catch, in fact. It went pretty low and died down pretty easily. So it's 15 for no wicket in the very first over. A very expensive over from Kavishka Anjula. 15 runs to the 5 balls he's bowled so far. Dikwella is on 14. Kamal Rasa, non-striker, then still to face the ball. And what will Kavishka Anjula's strategy be for the last ball of his over? Nice to play on the onside by Dikwella. Picks up a single, so he'll keep the strike. That's the end of the over. 1 over completed. And BBK partnership 16 for no wicket. So that's the batting card for BBK partnership. Going in at number 3 will be Sarujan Shamunathan, who's listed number 11 on this list. He is too good a batsman for that. He'll be batting at number 3, Sarujan Shamunathan. So Niroshan Dikwella has a strike. He's on 15. 2 boundaries and a 6 in the innings so far. Kamala Rasan still to face the ball. And spin from the other end. Ramesh Mendis to start with spin from the far end of the grounds. So looking at the field, that Mendis has got a slip in place. He's got the backward point, a point extra cover. And a long off on the offside. On the onside, he's got the man a deep backward square leg on the boundary, a mid wicket, and a wide mid on, along with the short fine leg. Driven straight to short extra cover by Niroshan Dikwella, so there's no chance of a run. Quicker one from Mendis off the back foot. Dikwella plays it down the track for the bowler to field. So a lot will depend on Niroshan Dikwella's innings for BBK partnership as well. One of the better batsmen in that side. Forward defensively. Dikwella is a batsman who can't be kept quiet for long. He likes to use the long handle more or less, go after the bowling. And that's been his downfall sometimes. Nicely driven, but well stopped by the bowler himself. So here we have 4 dot balls. The first 4 balls of Ramesh Mendis' first over. The second of the innings. Again played with soft hands on the offside. Point runs in, there's the fielding. So it's important to gauge the pace of the track. Is there any turn of the track? We'll have to wait and see. We saw that in the morning. Going for the cut shot, doesn't make contact. Wicketkeeper collects. End of the over. Made no from Ramesh Mendis. 2 overs completed. And BBK partnership are 16 for no wicket. Right, straight away change the bowling at the pavilion end. Prabhat Jayasuriya comes on. And Kamal Hasan, Ilya Rasan has played 45 matches. Highest has been 50 runs. So he's got a bit of pedigree in this game. So Prabhat, the left arm spinner in operation. Looking at Prabhat Jayasuriya's field, he's got a slip in place, the backward point, extra cover, a point field as well, with the long off in place. Big appeal, bowler, wicketkeeper, all up in unison. Umpire says no. Take a look at that again. Let's see what happened. There we go. Very confident Jayasuriya thinks he's picked up a wicket. Umpire didn't think so. So played 58 matches is Jayasuriya. 7 for 52 is best figures. Nicely driven on the offside, straight to that short extra cover. Not the dot ball. Important that these batsmen don't think of reputations of players. Play the bowling on his merits. On the back foot, try to force in the offside. Doesn't make contact. Wicketkeeper corrects. Nicely played. Driven on the offside. Long off will tidy up. The batsman cross for 1. So Kamal Hasan off the mark with a single. So 3 overs completed. And BBK partnership are 17 for no wicket. So Ramesh Mendis will continue from the far end of the grounds and he'll bowl to Kamal Hasan, who's on 1. Niroshan Dikvelda, the non-strike, has done 15 of 12 balls. Current run rate 5.67. They require 4.11 from this stage onwards. They'll need a good opening partnership. So slip in place as well with the backward point. Short third man, extra cover. And mid off. That's the offside field. Coming forward, beaten outside the line of off stump is Kamal Hasan. On the onside, he's got the short fine leg, a backward square leg, deep mid wicket on the boundary, a mid wicket and a long on. Flighted, nicely driven towards long on by Kamal Rasan. He moves to 2 and brings Niroshan Dikwala once again on strike. Right, straight away has changed the field. A man running down towards a deep mid wicket. The short fine leg is in place along with a wide mid on. Thick edge in the yard, just over the fielder's head. Well, that's a lucky escape for Dikwala. They come back for 2 runs. The return on his way, but he makes his ground. But that's how Dikwala bats. He bats dangerously all the time. That was in the yard for a while. There we go. Look at that. The fielder was after it, just couldn't get there in time, and he picks up 2 runs. This is well played. Waited for that. Just forced it away on the offside towards the backward point. Straight to the fielder. Plays across the line but down towards deep mid wicket. They'll pick up a single for that. So Mendes into his second over. 1.5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4 his figures. So Kamal Rasan back on strike is on 2, spaced 8 balls. On the back foot, trying to force it even the offside, plays it back to the bowler. That ends the over, 4 overs completed, and BBK partnerships are 21 for no wicket. So there's the bowling figures for Hayleys. Kavish Kanjula, 1 over, conceded 16 runs, an expensive first over. Ramesh Mendes is bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. Prabhat Jayasuriya also has bowled 1 over for 1 run. The ball is second over now is Prabhat Jayasuriya. Dikwala is on strike. The 5th over of the innings coming up. So a few changes to the field as well, making sure the field is well settled. The slip has gone away. So they got the man a backward point, a point extra cover. And a deep mid off on the offside. Down the track, lofts this one. That's gone long way. Maximum for Dikwala. Boy, oh boy, he really made full use of that. He was down the track very quickly. Good use of the feet. And just launched that over the long off region for 6. So he moves on 24. Look at that again. Down the track using the feet. And these are smallish grounds here at the Moors. And even a miss it sometimes can go for 6. But that was well struck by Niroshan Dikwala. Spoils Prabhat Jayasuriya's figures in the meantime. Sweeps well, beats the man down a short fine leg. Fielder is after it, he won't get there, is it? Or he gets there just in time. The man from deep backward square leg got there just in time. The batsmen come back for 2. So 8 runs of 2 balls in this Prabhat Jayasuriya over. Dikwala moves on to 26 of 17. Quicker one, driven on the onside, down towards deep mid wicket. Pick up an easy single. So Kamal Rasan once again on strike. He's on 2 of 9 balls. And BBK partners 30 for no wicket in 4.3 overs. Again, trying to work it on the onside. Takes in the pad. This time there's no appeal from the bowler or the wicket keeper. Nicely played out towards deep mid-on. No chance of run. So Kamal Rasan perhaps adjusting himself. Quicker one, but he gets a bat down in time. That'll end the over as well. So 5 overs completed, and BBK partnership are 30 for no wicket. Right, so here we are. We thought that nothing really happened in that delivery, but he's clean bowled. We'll look at that again. On the back foot, couldn't get bat down in time, so there we are. BBK partnership has lost their first wicket, 30 for 1 after 5 overs.
Was done. 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. Well, it's a balanced start, you could call, apart from that last wicket which went down of the very final delivery of the 5th over. Prabhat Jayasuriya had his last laugh again against the young man Kamala Raza Ilarasan. Niroshan Dikwal, on the other hand, he completely looked like he's batting on a different track. Tries to go across the ball again, fails to make contact. Now he completely looks like he's batting on a different track. He's going after the bowlers really hard. Fantastic by Niroshan Dikwal. Bowls him. That's the second wicket. Ramesh Mendis gets his man. Niroshan Dikwal, he got off to a brilliant start, 27 of 19. I just for a moment thought that he has thrown away his wicket. Trying to go over the offside. Fails to make contact. Well, 2 quick wickets. No runs added onto the board. Niroshan Dikwal, 27 of 20. 5.2 overs. BBK partnership, 30 for 2. Ramesh Mendis, he was brilliant with the bat. Now he's managed to grab an important wicket of Niroshan Dikwal, who looked very, very strong. Ramesh Mendis, he's on to his 3rd over. He's given away just the 4 runs and grabbed 1 wicket. Fantastic. Right now we have 2 new batters out there in the crease. Huge responsibility between these 2 batters now. They need a partnership. They can't afford to lose another wicket. Once again, brilliant. Beats the outside edge. Ramesh Mendis, he's turning things on. Right, let's take a quick look at the 2 wickets to fall. This was the first one. In fact, He's off the mark. This is the ball that this is the previous delivery. Trying to go across the line. This one turning. Trying to go up and over the offside. Roshan Dikwala fails to make contact. Sharjun, the new man in. Well, as the day passes by, surely the spinners are going to trouble the batters a lot. There are multiple cracks on that surface, and especially after the sun beating down here at the Moors ground. The spinners are getting a lot of purchase out of this surface. Brilliant over. 6 done. 31 for 2. Both opening batters back in the hut. Niroshan Dikwala. Very unfortunate, I would say. Got off to a brilliant start. Couple of sixes, couple of boundaries. But then tried one too many. Two youngsters out there. They need to try and anchor these innings. They can't afford to give away their wickets. They need a partnership. Good one. Now, Prabhat Jayasuriya, what's special about him is that he keeps things very simple. He bowls in line with the stumps, gives it a little bit of air, and let the ball does the talking out of the surface. Oh, just away from that short extra cover fielder. That'll run down to the boundary. Very welcome boundary for Sridharan and BBK partnership. They were almost getting into a shell, but breaking the shackles. Risky shot though, risky option. Just out of the reach. This gets the outside edge. Should be at least a couple of runs. Prabhat Jayasuriya, he has kept things very tight and nice. It's not really easy to go after this very, very smart campaigner. He brings in all his international experience into this level of cricket. I find it really hard to go after him. We're straight away after the previous one being edged. We have another slip fielder. Good captaincy, good attacking captaincy by Ramesh Mendis. Trying to sneak through another wicket if possible. Quicker, should be close, given. That's the third one. Prabhat Jayasuriya. He has his man. This is what I was talking about. He's a very, very smart campaigner. He bowled 5 deliveries. He gave it air, but look at this. He fired it through. And straight on with the arm. No hesitation for the umpire. Fantastic work. Sridharan Sagan departs for 7. Well, BBK partnership in deep trouble. 32 for 3. Well, Hayleys might be feeling much more confident now. 3 wickets for 37. Well, when Hayleys were batting, at a stage they were 31 for 3. So it's a similar situation, but the advantage that Hayleys did have, he's a new batter, Nipun Karunanayaka, good average of 41. Now he has a huge responsibility. But coming back to that point, the advantage that Hayleys did have was they had two experienced, especially international experienced batters out there, Ramesh Mendis and Minod Bhanuka, to anchor the innings. Beauty. Beaten outside the off stump. 7 overs done. BBK 37 for 3. Ramesh Mendis continues. Well, Ramesh Mendis, he probably needs to bowl it a little bit slow, give it a lot more air. Now, Prabhat Jayasuri has done it well. He has mixed things up while he's coming on from the other end. He's looping few deliveries, bowling that undercut delivery, and then that straight on delivery which goes on with the arm, the quicker one, which really troubles the batters. Well, that surprised the batter. That's turn and bounce for you. This surface has started gripping a lot. The slower you bowl, the more purchase you will get out of this surface. This has been fantastic by Ramesh Mendis and Prabhat Jayasuri. Oh, beauty. Beauty again. Beaten. This is fantastic from the spin door. They had troubled the batters. That's that quicker one. That is exactly what you need to be doing. Keep that variation. Don't try and bowl every single delivery in the same manner. Beauty again. Good one. Just the one run of that over. 8 done. BBK 38 for 3. Well, there was a good partnership for the first wicket when Niroshan Dikwala and Kamarasan Nilayasan was out there. But since Niroshan Dikwala departed, the scoring rate has come down. Things have been really hard. The only difference was Niroshan Dikwala went after the bowling, but that will not work out every single time, especially on a tricky service like this where you need to get yourself in. If you do recall how Ramesh Mendis and Minod Bhanuka built that partnership, they gave them some time. They realized how the surface is behaving, and then they decided how they need to anchor their innings accordingly. Prabhat Jayasuri, he will keep things quite simple. He's a very, very talented campaigner, a bag of international experience. He knows very well how to handle these kind of situations, and especially how to bowl on these kind of surfaces. A couple of deliveries outside the off stump. Probably trying a different tactic, but he needs to keep it in line with the stumps. Just like that. Beauty. What a beautiful delivery that was. Now, did Nipun get an outside edge? That's the question. Well, probably off the back pad. But that is the exact length he needs to be bowling. Fantastic. There again, he will keep hitting that length every single day of the week. And again, this time Nipun crosses over for a single. Good over so far, just the 2 runs considered. We are into the 9th over. They've dragged things back. At the end of 5 overs, they were 30 for 1. Good over from Prabhat Jayasuriya. 9 done. BBK 40 for 3. Ravindu Fernando has been brought into the attack. Ramesh Mendes has taken himself off. Very, very talented young man. 4 for 50 is best bowling. Good economy. Right arm off spin bowler. That has been pushed nicely. Should be at least a couple of runs. Good running between the wickets. 2 runs added to the total. Talking about Ravindu Fernando. He's a product of the Maristella College, Nigambu. 25 years of age. A very talented young bowler with a bag of experience. Good one. Very good delivery. Well, he has 150 first class wickets under his name. So that says a lot about this young man. With the best bowling figures of 6 for 24. And 56 listed wickets. Those are some good numbers about this young talented player, Ravindu Fernando. He's keeping things very quiet and nice at the moment. Well, BBK, they need a partnership now. The target is not a problem at the moment. Things are under control. Just the 167 runs required. Good over from Ravindu Fernando. Just the 3 runs given away. 10 overs done. 43 for 3.
BBK partnership 43 for 3 after 10 overs. The required rate from this stage onwards is 4.17. Nipun Karuratna on 4-14. Sarjan Shanmunathan on 2 of 7. Ramesh Mendis will continue into his 5th over. 1 for 6 his figures from the 4 overs. And then, of course, we have Prabhat Jayas to picked up 2 wickets in the meantime. The last 2 wickets to fall. So it's going to be Mendis, a change of ends for him. He bowled from the far end of the grounds before. It's coming on from the pavilion end now. So Nipun Karuratna strokes it fluently out towards long off for a single. So BBK partnership will have to rebuild this innings. They lost those 3 quick wickets. Just like what happened to Hayleys in the morning. When they were put into bat, they lost 3 quick wickets. They were 31 for 3. And then 2 partnerships came to their rescue to get to a total of 209 for 8. So Sarjan Shanmunathan playing slightly uppish on the onside, didn't really carry to the bowler. It dropped short of him. Wrapped on the pad, finger comes up straight away. That kept a trifle low as well. So Sarjan Shanmunathan also out LBW for 2. And well, here we are. BBK partnership have lost their 4th wicket. 44 for 4. And we are in the 11th over of this innings. So Ramesh Mendis picks up a wicket. Few deliveries skip, but quite low in fact. Makes it difficult for the batsman to play shots as well. So Ramesh Mendis, 2 wickets, 7 runs in 4.3 overs. He's bowled well. Prabhat Jayasur has picked up 2 wickets as well. So the 4 wickets shared within the 2 spinners. Nipun Karuratna, he's on 5. He's faced 15 balls for his 5 runs. So BBK partnership will need a partnership somewhere between 2 batsmen. That's what they'll really need. Still a long way to go to get to 210 to win. So Edward, the new batsman in. Played 24 matches. He's had a highest of 133. That again kept a trifle low. Got his bat down in time. That time, Edward. We'll look at that again. See this. That's Shanmunathan trapped LBW. And this is worked away past that man at backward square leg for a single. So Edward off the mark with 1. And brings the Nipun Karuratna once again to take strike. Nicely worked away on the onside. The vacant region of mid-wicket. We don't have the fair distance to trot across. The batsmen pick up 1. That lengthy over, 11 completed. And BBK partnership are 46 for 4. So Ravi Fernando to bowl his second over. So counter out the going for the cut shot. Doesn't make contact. Wicketkeeper collects. That's the replay of that last delivery. Lunges forward this time. Doesn't make contact with the ball. So going through the motions of playing defensively is Nipun Karunaratne. Playing a miss again outside the line of off stump. This is good tight bowling from Ravind Fernando. Got some turn as well. This time he shoulders arms. So the spinners get into the overs pretty quickly as well. 164 runs required further by BBK partnerships. Down the leg side, perhaps a clip the pad on the way. A wide calls, a belated call of a wide. It's got to be re-bowled and one more to the total as well. This time chops it down towards that sweeper region, picks up a single, is Nipun Karunaratne. That'll end the over. So 12 overs completed and BBK partnerships are 48 for 4. So Prabhat Jayasuriya back in the attack again from the pavilion end. Driven down the ground on the onside. Out towards long on for a single by Nipun Karunaratne. Edward comes forward, pushes out on the onside towards that short mid wicket. So a slip in place. The backward point along with the sweeper, extra cover and the long off on the offside. Quicker one. Gets back to ball is Edward. Plays it out on the onside again. That short mid wicket in the fielding on the onside. Looking at the field. They got the man at backward square leg. A deep mid wicket at the boundary. That mid wicket and a deep mid on. Not on the pad, but sliding down the leg side. Perhaps no appeal from the bowler. Comes forward, pushes out to the offside, dot ball to end the over. So there we are with 13 overs completed. BBK partnerships are 49 for the loss of 4 wickets. So there's the equation, 161 to win of 222 balls. That's a long way still to go. And just having 6 wickets in hand. Lost the top 4 batsmen as well in the process. So this is the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League for 2025. Half-hearted appeal again from the point region. Beats the outside edge of Nipun Karunaratne. There we go. The replay. Lunges forward. Sharp turn as well for Ravindra Fernando. Nicely played. Chops it down towards third man. A chase on for the fielder. He's on the ground. There we are. He must have hurt himself in some way. That's very nicely played, in fact, by the batsman. Just tickled it down towards third man. The field was after it. Look at that chase. And there's the dive coming in. Wow. He took a great fall that time. So physio is out as well. He must be in a lot of pain at the moment. Hold up in play as well as the players are around there. Checking the situation out. The physio is down. He's seated at the moment. Maybe landed on his knee. That's where the focus is on at the moment. And he seems to be in a lot of pain. There we go. That's where the knee hit the ground. And he lost it from there. The pain must have been excruciating. He's on his feet at the moment, but he's not going to take the field. He's perhaps coming back to the dressing room. The physio is with him. That was a great fall, in fact. There we go again. Look at that. Attempt to pull the ball back. Dives there. Hits the knee. And then, well, he was in all sorts of pain from that point onwards. So he comes across here, passing a commentary position as well. So they'll field a substitute because he's off the field, there's no doubt about it. That's really not funny, and here's the next ball. Bounces a bit more. So this wicket perhaps playing a few tricks at the moment, keeps low the odd ball. The odd ball will bounce a bit more. Ravindra Fernando into his third over. Again, a player missed outside the line of off stump. Curled a bit after it pitched. So Nipun Karunaratne beaten again. He's on 12 of 28. This time tickled down the leg side. Into the boundary again for 4. The man at deep backward square leg was after it, but there was no chance to cut it off. Well, there we are. So another over completed. 14 done. And BBK partnership on to 57 for 4. There we are. That's how it was played again. Just tickled around the corner. Fast outfields. And he just raced down to the fine leg boundary. So Nipun Karunaratne on 16. Edward is on 1. Ravindra Fernando has bowled 3 overs, none for 13, his figures. So the equation, 153 runs required to win. 36 overs to get there, but only thing is got only 6 wickets in hand. And Prabhat Jayasuriya will continue into 6th over. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 19, his figures. See the batsman in two minds, whether to run or not to run. Edward and Nipun Karunaratne. You have to make those calls early. Of course, these boys are not better together. That's slower. And Edward plays defensively out on the onside. Shoulders, arms, very close to that off stump. Well, you got to be careful when you're leaving that ball outside the line of off stump. There we go. Just take a look how close it was. Very close indeed. Again played defensively. So perhaps one of the strategies is to negate Prabhat Jayasuriya. He's into his sixth over, not to fall victim to him. Flighted and again forward defensively. And that completes the over as well. So 15 overs completed. And the BBK partnership are 57 for 4.
Overs done. 57 for 4. Nipun Karuna 1 run of some time out there. You need to realize the pace of this wicket. Ravindu Fernando, he has been good today. Well, BBK, what they need now is a partnership. They did brilliant with the ball. Now they have come out and they have to continue it with the batter as well. 4 wickets down for 57. Hayleys have struck back hard, I would say, taking maximum use out of this surface. The surface is creeping a lot. If you did have a closer look at the previous over that Ravindu Fernando did bowl, it gripped and turned a lot. So the slower you bowl, the more air you'll give, there is a huge chance of grabbing another wicket. There is a leg slip in action as well. Down the track. Once again, undone by the turn. Fantastic bowling by Ravindu Fernando. He saw the batter coming down the track. Bowled it a little bit slow. Look at that turn. Now that's going to hurt the batters a lot. And that one odd delivery which goes straight on with the arm. This has been such a spin-friendly wicket since the morning session. Chances down the track again. Once again, big turn. Beats Edward. He has been struggling out there. 1 of 16. Trying to get the bat on ball. Ravindu Fernando pulls back. Probably thought that Edward might come down the track again. A bit of finger spin from Ravindu Fernando. A very good over. Just the 1 run. 16 overs done. 58 for 4. partnership being built up between Nipun Karunanayake and Edward Nathan. 14 runs of 33. But the fact is that Edward Nathan, he has just managed to contribute by only 1 run. There's been a struggle out there for him. 17 deliveries. Nipun Karunanayake, on the other hand, he is looking a bit solid, rotating the strike well. Inuka Karanagoda has been introduced into bowling. Another young talented man. He's still too young, just 21 years of age. 5 first-class games, 25 wickets, 9 list A games, 10 wickets. So he's moreover a part-time bowler. But the important fact is that, especially in a surface like this, you could take a lot of help from these kind of bowlers. He needs to try and pull the length a little bit back, just like Prabha Jayasuriya does. Dancing shoes on. Well, that's the 5th wicket down. Fantastic work behind the wickets. Easy as you like. That went flat and straight. Inuka Karanagoda, he has his last laugh. Here's a quick look at that again. The batter had no idea. He just danced around the track, trying to flat bat him. Edward Nathan, 1 of 19. This was always on the cards. He was finding it really hard. Ahan Wickramasinghe, he does the job behind the stumps. BBK into deep trouble. 59 for 5. Well, Niroshan Dikwala getting a start. Unfortunately, throwing away his wicket, trying to open up the offside and go against Ramesh Mendes. That one delivery did turn and spun. He was clean bowl. And apart from that, hardly any batter got themselves in. Nipun Karunanayake, he's the other batter who has been out there for some time. Faced 33 deliveries, 18 runs with 2 boundaries. Apart from that, it has been a huge collapse for the BBK partnership. Bowling figures, Ramesh Mendes and Prabha Jayasuriya, they opened up the proceedings for the Hayleys team by grabbing 2 wickets apiece between them and Inuka Karanagoda. He just, bowling his very first over, managed to grab that important wicket and break that partnership. Here's a quick look at the 5 wickets to go down. Prabha Jayasuriya, he just fired that in for the first one, and this was Niroshan Dikwala. He was really disappointed about himself. And Prabha Jayasuriya, using all of his experience, firing that in. That was plumbed, isn't it? The umpire hardly had any thought. And this one, Nathan Edward, that was coming. He was struggling, 1 of 19. It was just a matter of time. 16.4 overs, 59 for 5. And I would say BBK partnership, they are in deep trouble. They need a partnership to recover out of this situation. New man in, Vijay VS Khan, the skipper of BBK partnership. He was brilliant with the ball today. Especially during the pitch report, I did mention that this track will spin later on. It will take a lot of grip out of the surface, which is exactly happening. As the cracks are being popped out, the batting has been very hard in this afternoon. There was spin on offer during the morning session as well, but at the moment things have been very, very difficult for the batters. Couple of slips. So it's been good captaincy by Ramesh Mendis. That completes over number 17. BBK 59 for 5. Robin Fernando will continue with his off spin. Now, what's special about this young man is he has a bag of tricks. He has the flipper, he has a finger spin and the off spin as well. That kept low, surprisingly low. Things are getting harder and harder for the batters out there. Spinners have been dominating. Oh, once again. Well, how did that miss the stumps? What a fantastic delivery that was. Look at that again. That was quick, flat, kept low. Nipun had no idea what he was doing out there. Well, the batters, they're finding it really hard at the moment to negotiate the spinners. As the day progresses on, the track has really cracked up and offering a lot of grip out of this surface. That was a quicker one, fired up. Every run being cheered by the BBK hut out here. 150 more runs required of 193 deliveries. Well, it's not the number of deliveries that is left versus the required number of runs. It's all about the wickets column. That's the concern. Well, VS Kant is no mark with the bat. He's a very talented campaigner. Good one by Ravindra Fernando once again. 18 overs done. BBK 60 for 5. That's the equation. 150 required of 192 deliveries. Well, Inuka Karanagoda, he has been getting a lot of purchase out of the surface as well. He has been turning the balls quite decently. Well, what Hayleys have done here is they have done the basics right. They have made sure that they have gone hard at the batters from the word go. Good effort. One more run for Nippon. Vijayakant Vyaskan, the skipper, now he has a responsibility on his shoulders at this moment. He needs to support his senior batting partner. Now look at that for an effort. The body language of the Hayleys, the fielders and the bowlers, it all looks very positive. That turn sharply. Sharp turn. Sharp grip out of the surface. It needs to try and bowl it a little bit more slower. Give it a little bit more air. That's the straight on delivery. Gets the inside edge. Well, if you're just joining us, this is the 32nd Singer-MCA Super Premier League 2025. It's day number 1. This game happening between Hayleys and BBK partnerships. BBK partnership winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. They did manage to restrict Hayleys for 209 for 8 within their 50 overs. And the run chase, BBK, 19 overs done, 62 for 5. That's the bowling card for you. Ramesh Mendis and Prabhat Jayasuriya doing the damage. Followed by Inuka Karanagoda. Wickets have been falling at regular intervals. Now that's the difference. Hayleys have made sure that they have never given another opportunity for them to bounce back. That's very important when you're trying to restrict a low score. Current run rate 3.26. Required run rate at the moment 4.77. Well, at the moment they shouldn't be focusing about the required run rate. They need a partnership. They shouldn't be losing another wicket. They need to try and push the pressure back at Hayleys. Bounce back into this game. And 46 more runs required to seal things off. Well, a couple of other games happening around Colombo today. The same MCA Super Premier League. 3 days happening for a day. Lots of cricket. Brilliant effort. Very well done by the field at mid-off. Stopped a certain boundary. Fantastic effort. Into the 20th over of the innings. Things have been good so far for Hayleys, but not for BBK partnership. Very watchful, very defensive. Floated up nicely, inviting the batter to drive. So 5 runs coming off that over. 20 overs done. BBK 67 for 5.
So this is the 32nd Singer-Mercantile Cricket Association Super Premier League 2025. Enu Kanangara starts a new over. The first ball to Vijaykanth. Tactically down towards fine leg, but the fielder has short fine leg. Down the track he drives. Long off will tidy up. So they'll cross for one more. So takes Vijaykanth down to 5. So runs difficult to come by for BBK partnership. They lost 5 wickets, top order batsmen all gone. That's nicely played. Out to long on this time. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump this time. Or did it hit the wicket? Yes, he got one bail dislodged. That's right. For a moment, didn't see that one bail being dislodged, but that was the result. So here we are with BBK partnership losing their 6th wicket. 69 for 6 in the 21st over. We look at that again. Going for the drive, hits the off stump, and just that one bail falls off, which means that he's bowled. Vijaykanth goes bowled by Karnagoda for 5 of 10 balls. (69 for 6 in the 21st over. Karnagoda picks up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 5 of 2.4 overs, these figures. So 141 required to win of 176 balls. That equation is very good, but the problem for BBK partnership is they've lost 6 wickets at the moment, tottering a 69 for 6 in the 21st over. They lost too many wickets, in fact, to give a good chase at the moment, unless one or two batsmen could really put their heads down, bat well, get some big shots going. Ranjit is the new man walking out. He joins Nipun Karunratna, who's been there for quite some time for his 23 of 47 balls. Once again, that wicket, going for the drive, beaten. The one bail falls. The wicket keeper indicates that the bail has fallen. Leg umpire confirms that. So Ranjit Kumar Newton is the man who's in the middle. Played 18 matches, a top score of 109. Well, his pedigree is pretty good. Let's hope that he can do things for his team. The strike rate is also very good, 124.69, 350s and 100 behind his name. Played defensively, thick edge down towards backward point for a single. So Ranjit Kumar is off the mark with one. So 21 overs completed. BBK partnerships are 70 for 6 of 21. Things pretty slow here at the Moors grounds. This is match number 1 in the 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League for 2025. That kept a trifle low. Did he get back to it, or was it on the pad straight away? Let's take a look at that. Played a miss outside the line of off stump this time. It's Ranjit Kumar. Living dangerously, that's what they say. Ravindra Fernando into that. Went for a big heave. Again, some turn for Fernando. Not great turn, but enough turn to beat the batsman. Played a miss outside the line of off stump. So Fernando into his 7th over, 6.3 overs, none for 20 his figures. A slip and a gully in place. Worked on the onside. Single being taken. The ball runs out towards mid-wicket. So no great aggression from the batsman of BBK partnership. Just pushing the ball around, picking up singles. Very short. Cut it away nicely on the back foot, down towards backward point. 2 fielders after it. The ball is slowing down, so it's picked up inside the boundary. They come back for 2. So Nipun picks up 2 more runs. Takes him to 25. So he's the top scorer so far for BBK partnerships. This time pushed on the onside, back for a square for 1 more run. So that completes the over as well. So 22 overs completed, and BBK partnerships are 74 for 6. So there's the scorecard and the partnerships as well. Dick Waller up the order made 27 quick fire, 27 20 balls. Kamalasan made 2. Sarajan Shamunathan also made 2. Saranjan made 7. Edward out for 1. V.S. Khan, the captain, out for 5. Nipun Karunaka, he's there on 26. So back to a quick bowler from the pavilion end. We've had quite a lot of spin, in fact, in this innings as well. Nisala misses run up. So he'll be bowling to Nipun Karunaratne. Nisala Aberatne, right arm medium pacer. Played 15 matches, best figures 3 for 11. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. Wicketkeeper collects a dot ball to start with. Pitch shot pulled away on the onside for a single down to deep mid wicket. That equation is good, but the only problem for BBK partnerships is they lost 6 wickets. Down to the low order in the batting department as well. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump from Rajit Kumar. So now Abhiratna is going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. To change the field positions as well. They got a slip in place along with the third man, a backward point, sweeper cover. And a mid-off on the offside. On the onside, they got the man at a fine leg, deep backward square leg on the boundary. A mid-wicket and a wide mid-on. Gets bat to ball, plays it out towards the backward point. No chance of a run. So current run rate is 3.31. They require 4.94 from this stage onwards. Those equations are fine. There's no problem. But the wickets column is what is put in BBK partnership on the back foot against Hayleys. Oh, very short indeed. The batsman pulled his head away from that delivery. Look at that. So we missed out on the first part of the action of this match. BBK partnership won the toss, invited Hayleys to bat first. They were struggling at one stage at 31 for 3. Had 2 little partnerships and they ended up at 209 for 1850 overs. Another short one, wide called, so he's got to re-bowl. That is Nisala Abhiratna. .76 for 6. Lovely shot. Nicely played. Fielder won't get there. That's 4. Full face the bat. Out towards sweeper. And that'll complete the over as well. So 23 overs completed. And BBK partnership are 80 for the loss of 6 wickets. Look at that. That's nicely played indeed. The fielder was running across but had no chance in cutting the rough. So Ranjit Kumar moves on to 6 of 9 deliveries. And Nisala Abhiratna 1 over, none for 6 his figures. So there's the partnership list for BBK partnerships. Neeraj and Dikwella and Kamal Rasan, they put on 30. Dikwella with Sarjan Shamunathan, there was no great partnership. There was no runs scored because 2 wickets fell in the 2 overs for BBK partnerships. So Fernando into his 8th over, none for 24 his figures. This time Nipun Karunaratne gets back to ball, plays it gently out on the offside. Once again, coming forward, appeal from the bowler. Was it pad first? Well, half-hearted appeal, of course. Pushed on the onside, Waken mid-wicket region, runs down to deep mid-wicket. So many gaps on the onside, so they have chance of picking up those singles as well. Again edged, but straight towards backward point. So slip and a gully in place, waiting for that edge. Down the leg side this time. Did he get back to it? We'll wait and see. Or was it off the pad into the boundary for 4? Yes, he did get some bat. Well, so 4 runs to Ranjit Kumar as well. And that completes the over as well. 24 overs completed. And BBK partnership have done well at the moment in that last over. Look at that as it tickled around the corner. There's nobody down at fine leg. So the ball just ran down and into the boundary of 4. So 85 for 6 after 24 overs. The great Chami Dawaz also, who's the bowling coach of this side of BBK partnership, watching the action. Edge down to third man in the boundary once again for faster the bowler, quicker the ball travels, they say. And that was exactly what happened. No field at third man. The man was very square indeed. Look at that. Absolutely an edge around the ground. So 2 boundaries in these 2 overs has certainly lift up the scoring to 89 for 6. Nipun Karunaratne has moved on to 32 of 56 deliveries. Mr. Abhiratne on his way once again. His second over, none for 10 his figures. Lovely shot, driven on the offside, but sweeper will tidy up inside the boundary. Only a single. This ground you get value for your shots if you play it past that infield. If there's no fielder in place, so it beats the fielder. The smallish grounds is the most grounds. But sometimes they talk about a run fest and having so many runs being scored on these grounds, but not to be. Wickets fall as well because people try to chase runs, lose wickets. So Ranjit Kumar too has settled down. He's on 10 of 11 deliveries. Looking to give Nipun Karunaratne some support to build a partnership. That's what this is all about. Well, there we are, but again short. Ranjit Kumar ducks under that. Wicket keeper collects. Lofted on the offside. That's a good shot. There's no fielder going to get that. That's 4. Ranjit Kumar takes the bowler on. That was well struck. The timing was good. It was in the air, but absolutely safe. $94 for 6. BBK partnership. Again played with soft hands on the offside. Sweeper will tidy up. They'll pick up a single for that as well. And that's an expensive over. 9 runs coming on the over. Nisala Aberatna, 2 overs done for 16. And 25 overs completed. And BBK partnership, 95 for 6.
Halfway done, BBK 95 for 6. Things have never looked good since the fall of the wicket of Niroshan Dikwal. He got onto a flying start, but apart from that, Nipun Karuna Nayak, who is unbeaten on 33, and Ranjit Kumar Newton, unbeaten on 15. A smart little partnership between these two batters. The bowling has been very disciplined. Just the 3 extras. Ramesh Mendes has been introduced himself into the attack. Strays down the leg side. Probably might be just stopped inside the boundary line. Couple of runs added to the total. Leg by signaled by the umpire. Ramesh Mendes, he has had a fabulous outing here today. Half century with the bat. Couple of wickets here bowling. Ranjit Kumar goes for a big hoik. That'll be 4 runs. 100 up for BBK partnership. Goes down on one knee. Now Ranjit Kumar, since he has walked out to the middle, he has looked very positive. He has taken on the bowlers with no fear. Look at that, going down on one knee. He knew there was a fielder down at deep fine leg, but he made sure that it was placed between the deep backward square leg and the fine leg fielder. 100 up on the board. Good one. Slowing it up a little bit. That's what experience could do. Ranjit Kumar Newton, man of the Sri Lanka under-19 squad as well. A very, very talented young man. $109 more runs required to win this opening game for both teams. I just think it would be ideal if we could get probably Prabhat Jayasuri to bowl the couple of overs, try and break this partnership. It's looking a bit threatening. Would be ideal to get things off. 26 done. BBK, 102 for 6. There you go, the bowling card. In fact, 2 wickets each for Prabhat Jayasuri and Ramesh Mendes. They bowled 12 overs among themselves, considered just the 33 runs and grabbed 4 wickets. Apart from that, Inuka Karanagoda, how can I keep him away? 3 overs, 6 runs and 2 wickets. Couple of important wickets being grabbed by the part-time bowler. at the moment, these two batters, they have tried to build a partnership. Ranjit Kumar Newton and Nipun Karnanayaka. Well, Inuka Karanagoda has been introduced into the attack. He's into his fourth over. So far he has bowled 3 overs, given away just the 6 runs and grabbed 2 wickets. Should be close, probably. Oh, in fact, it has been given. I just for a moment thought that might have just slided down the leg side, but the umpire thinks the other way around. That's the 7th wicket down. Big one. Ranjit Kumar Newton. He was looking very good. He was looking very positive. Let's have a quick look at that. That was kind of a slider. Look at that. Touch and go. Might be clipping the leg stump. Very unfortunate for the young man. He will make that long walk back. He played a very good hand. 4 boundaries, 20 off 22. He looked very positive from the very moment he walked out there. 7 wickets down. BBK 102 after 26.1 overs. New batter in, Krishna Sriram Sham Sundar, another talented young man. Well, at the moment, very little these new batters could do. The reason being that the damage has been done by the Hayleys bowlers. They have come really hard at them. Spinners have dominated the day's play. They have taken full use out of this surface. Quick flatter, straying down the leg side, wide given by the umpire. Inuka has been fantastic today. He has grabbed 3 wickets. He was good with the bat. He did manage to score 38 runs. Stayed out with Ramesh Mendis for a very important partnership. Now coming back strong, playing his part with the ball. 3 for 7 into his 4th over. What more could you ask from your part-time bowlers? Slowing it up a little bit. 107 required of 139 deliveries. This surface so far has turned out to be a spin paradise. Good over. Loud appeal. Directed. Good commitment. That's the positive body language that you could see from the Hayleys fielders and the bowlers. 27 done, 104 for 7. There's a quick replay of that previous run-out chance. That was very close. Ramesh Mendes back into the attack. That would be ideal if you could bring on Prabhat Jayasuri as well. But Ramesh Mendes, on the other hand, he has done a fantastic job. Especially he's fancying his chances with the left-hand batter on strike. Would be ideal to wrap things off as soon as possible for Hayleys. They have been good with the bat. They recovered well. It was a tricky surface. And coming back, they have done really well with the bowling as well. Beauty. That is what he's capable of. He will let the ball talk out of the surface. At the moment, it has been gripping brilliantly. The slower you bowl, the more purchase you will get out of this surface. 5 dot deliveries on the trot. At the moment, Hayleys have been dominating. Maiden over. Nicely done by Ramesh Mendes. 28 done. BBK 104 for 7. Here's the target, 106 of 132. Well, it's not about the required runs versus the available number of deliveries. Once again, the wickets column is the problem for BBK partnership. They haven't really managed to recover from this downfall. There was a partnership which was being built up for the 7th wicket, but unfortunately, Newton, trying to play across the line, got trapped in front of the stumps. Close again. Inuka, Karanagoda, he has troubled the batters today. Look at his figures. 4 overs, 8 runs, 3 wickets. At the moment, he has overdone his senior bowling partners, Ramesh Mendes and Prabhat Jayasuri. What an effort this has been so far. Well, Inuka has kept things very simple and nice. He has been bowling in line with the stumps. He has been constantly asking the questions from the batters. If you're a young kid looking at how Inuka Karanagoda has been bowling today, as a classic example of how to keep things simple and nice. Bowling in line with the stumps. Not trying anything too fancy. He has made sure that he is delivering in that corridor, just in line with the off stump, or probably pitching it outside the off stump and getting it to turn in towards the left-hand batter. Once again, it has been a good over. Just the 1 runs given away. Two runs coming off that over. 29 done. BBK 106 for 7. Ramesh Mendes can bowl during the latter part of the innings. 20 more overs left after this one. Required run rate has gone up to 5 runs per over. But at the moment, things have been quite nothing much happening. Hayleys have really pushed the pressure on towards the BBK partnership. They've really struggled to face these international bowlers, especially Ramesh Mendis and Prabha Jayasuriya. But talking about those players, how could we keep Inuka Karannagoda out of the story? He has been fantastic today. Lens have been very decent, keeping things tight. If you're just joining us, BBK partnership winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. That took off. That really took off. That is that surprising delivery from Ramesh Mendis. 30 overs done. 107 for 7.
So there's the scoreboard and partnerships of BBK partnerships as well. Nick Bell at 27 opened the batting. Kamal Resan made 2. Sarjan Shamunathan also making 2. Sarangan 7. Nipun Karunaka, he's there on 34. He's faced 61 balls. Newton also made 20. So Krishna and Nipun Karuratna in the middle. Inuka at the top of his mark, bowling his 6th over. 3 wickets or 10 runs, his figures. Down the track. Wow, what a shot. Absolutely a super shot. Caught and bowled. That was a reflex catch taken by Inuka. Full-blooded shot, in fact, from the batsman. We'll look at that again. Down the track. There he goes. And that's well held. It was going through very quickly. So Inuka picks up his 4th wicket. 4 for 10 his figures in his 6th over. Bowled well. Kept things nice and tight. Not allowed the batsman off the hook. Shyam Sundar, he's the man out for 3 of 21 deliveries. Inuka Karannagoda did well with the bat as well, now with the ball. Good all-round performance from him. Slowly but surely, Hayleys inching towards victory in this game. 103 runs required of 118 balls. That equation is good, but the wickets column, that's where the problems come in for BBK partnership. They've lost 8 wickets now for 107 runs. And down to the tail. So to get to the total of 210 required, that's going to be a task. They did well with the ball when they put Hayleys into bat. Lost their way. They lost a couple of wickets in 2 overs. And then it was downhill all the way until Nipun Karunaratne is just a stem that store. He's been batting a long time. And that cotton ball, absolutely fantastic. Right, so Mahendran is the new man in. Edged down towards backward square leg. Karun Ratna calls him for a single. He obliges, so he's off the mark with 1. Kept a trifle low, but Conrad has batted so long. He's faced 62 balls for his 34 runs so far. So he's been there for more than 10 overs. So he can see the ball like a football at the moment. Kept it out. Down the track, drives out towards long on. Fielder won't get there, into the boundary for 4. That's well played. Passed the ball on the onside. The long one was feeling rather square, in fact. So takes him on to 38. And this is what happened. Good use of the feet. And look at that, down the track. Drives on the onside. The fielder not even the frame. Again down the track, lofted on the offside. That's 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Nipun Karunaratne. Realizing that they need to get a move on, get some runs on the board. At least it will do good for the run rate of the team itself. So those 2 boundaries certainly helped their cause. The 31 overs completed. And BBK partnerships are 116 for 8. So Ramesh Mendis has bowled 8 overs, 2 for 15 his figures. He'll be bowling to Mahendiran, who's on 1. A slip also in place. Mahendiran comes forward, pushes gently on the offside towards that point region. So they got a man at third man, that point and the mid-off on the offside with the slip. Flighted, beats the batsman outside the line of off stump. And he's bowled him, in fact. Another one where one bail has been dislodged. He's bowled him. And so there we are with BBK partnership losing their 9th wicket. But look at that turn, sharp turn, and knocks the bail off on the leg stump. And 116 for 9 in the 32nd over, 31.2 overs completed. Kavilan, the man, out for 1. He faced 3 balls. And now the last man, the number 11, walks out. So this game all but over. Required run rate 5.04. They're going at 3.70, but no question about who's going to win this match. Ramesh Mendis, the captain of Hayleys, 3 for 15 of 8.2 overs. Handled his bowlers well. Prabhat Jayasuri also picked up a couple of wickets. So he's given his bowlers a good, decent run, in fact, for these 31.2 overs. They know they've got more games coming up because there are 6 teams in this competition of 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League for 2025. 3 matches a day, 1 game here. The next NCC grounds, there's that wicket again. Look at the turn it got. Just dislodged that one bail. The wicket keeper was also, for a moment, he was not too sure what really happened. So Tishan, the batsman, in. Mendis, the bowler. Tishan Vitashan has played 8 games. High score is 7, so not much an average as well. Field all closes in, slip in place. They're going to have a leg slip. Backward square leg. Square leg and the mid wicket with the man at long on. That's the onside field. On the offside, the backward point, a point, along with a wide mid off. So the deep mid wicket now comes to much closer to the bat, in fact. So you got a slip and a leg slip in place. Thiessen wrapped on the pad. Question asked. Perhaps a bit too high. So Ramesh Mendis making problems for the batsman. Yes, a bit too high. Played defensively on the offside. Ends the over. 32 completed. And BBK partnership 116 for the loss of 9 wickets. So Ravindra Fernando has bowled 8 overs, none for 29. Change of ends for him. He bowled from the far end of the grounds, and now he comes on. He's got 2 overs left to bowl from the pavilion end. He'll be bowling to Nipun Karunaratne, who's on 42 of 64 balls. Goes to the sweep. Bisfield, that short fine leg, down to the boundary for 4, through the legs in fact. So Nipun Karunaratne, he'll be using the long handle. He wants to get after the bowling, wants to get some runs on the board. He moves on to 46, and the total up to 120 for 9 in the 33rd over. Down the leg side, that one from Fernando. Poor bit of fielding in fact. Went through the fielder's legs at a short fine leg. This time off the back foot, plays it out towards point region. Doesn't look for a single. He knows he's batting with the number 11 is Nipun Karunaratne. Down the leg side, beats the batsman, beats the wicket keeper. Wide call in the meantime. Picked up just inside the boundary. They come back for 2 as well, so there's going to be additional of 3 runs with the wide call. $123 for 9 in the 33rd over. Again played in soft hands on the offside towards point. Pulls it better at the last moment. Bowler asked the question, perhaps thinking that Karunaratne got some bat to it. That ball kicked up a bit. Now they're trying to bring the field in to prevent them taking a single. 2 balls left in the over. So long off and long on both going in. They're now dropping long off down to its normal position, but long on has been brought in to the 30-yard circle. Tuck around the corner to square leg, and there we are. It's all over. Run out. Thiessen didn't take that run fast enough. The return came to the wicket keeper, who had the bails off. He was well short of his ground. And 123 all out is BBK partnership, 123 all out. And Hayleys win by 86 runs. It's a big win, in fact, for them. We look at that again. There we are. Work around the corner. A single being taken. And look at where Thiessen was. He was nowhere in the picture. Didn't attempt to take that single hard enough. Because definitely Karunaratne wanted the strike. But it's all over. The game is over. So Hayleys easy winners here. They were put into batter by BBK partnership, and they made 209 for 8. For a moment, they thought that perhaps a bit short, about 25 runs short, because BBK partnerships, they bowl well. The spinners in particular bowl well, picked up early wickets, where Hayleys are struggling at 31 for 3 at one stage. But they had 2 good partnerships that lifted that total to end at 209 for 8. So shake of hands right round between the both teams and a lot of happy faces as well. So the batsman also walked back. Karunaratne will be disappointed. He couldn't get to 50 as well. He batted for a long time. He was really doing well for his team. But then there was no partners to protect his stand. There we are, the high-rise buildings of Colombo. Very evident in this part of the world because the Moors Sports Club grounds located well in between those buildings. And there we are the partnerships and the scorecard. Dickwell at 27 and Kamala Rasan making 2, Sarujan Shamunathan also making 2, Saranjan 7, Nipun Karunarayaka not out on 46 or 69 balls, Edward 1 and V.S. Kant, the captain, made 5, Newton out for 20 and Krishnan made 3 along with Kavilan making 1 and Tishan Vitushan run out for no score. 9 extras in that total of 123 all out in 32.5 overs. There's the bowling figures. Anjula, just the 1 over as Niroshan Dikwala carded him right round the grounds, getting 6 as well, 1 for no, 1 over 1, none for 16. Ramesh Mendis bowled 9 overs, 3 for 15. Prabhat Jayasuriya 6 overs, 2 for 19. Ravindra Fernando 8.5 overs, none for 36. Inuka Karanagoda 4 for 19, bowled superbly of his 6 overs. And Nisa Labiratna, the seam bowler, bowled 2 overs, none for 16. Look at the follow wickets, 30, the first, second at 30 as well. The third at 37, fourth at 44, the 59, 69, 102, 107, 116 and 123. No great partnerships in that innings as well for the BBK partnership. And of course they will have to go down to the drawing board and look at things as to how it's going out. Let's take a look at the highlights of that innings. As there's the flick shot from Niroshan Dikwala. And that one again gets a boundary, a couple of bounces to the boundary. Thick edge past the keeper to the boundary as well. Another pull shot, a lovely pull shot from Dikwala. And there we are. That's the first wicket to fall, bowled by Prabhat Jayasuriya. And then Dikwala exposing his stumps, clean bowled. And then another boundary coming in. It's a smallish grounds here, the Moors grounds. And that one again, big rap on the pads, finger goes up from the umpire. Again, straight delivery. Samuganathan was the batsman out. And then tickled around the corner towards fine leg for a boundary. And that one again, looking to play it on the onside, short of his ground as he was down the track. And this one is played nicely on the offside, out towards that sweeper region. Another good shot on the offside, finds the boundary again. And that one swept away. A very good shot indeed. The fielder couldn't get to it. And there we go with the next one again wrapped on the pad. Cotton Bowl, that's excellent catch, reflex catch in fact. Not easy to take those catches. That one driven down the ground by Karunaratne. Finds the boundary. Again, next ball again, he whacked it on the offside this time for 4. And there we are, lovely delivery from Ramesh Mendis. Hits the leg bail that falls off. And this one flicked again down on the onside. That's where it all happened. It was all over with the batsman short of his ground. So once again, the match summary. Hayleys group, 209 for 8 in their 50 overs. Ramesh Mendis, 57. Karnagodos batted well for 38. Minut Banaka, 35. And Edward, 5 for 25. Outstanding figures in his 10 overs. Vijayakant, 2 for 22. And Krishnan made 1 for 41. And BBK partnership, 123 all out, 32.5 overs. Nipun Karunanayaka not out, 46. Dikwala made 27. Newton, 20. And Karnagoda 4 for 19, Mendis 3 for 15, Jayasuriya 2 for 19. Hayleys group won by 86 runs. Right, so there we are. That's what's happened at the Moors grounds today. We hope you enjoyed the live coverage of the action from down here. And on behalf of our entire crew, that's our production crew and our commentary team, we say thank you for your company And we'll catch you again for the next match again in this 32nd Singer-MCA Cricket Association Super Premier League 2025. Until then, it's a goodbye from the Movers Grounds.